right. Good evening, everybody. I would like to go ahead and call tonight's meeting to order of the County Council. Today is Tuesday, February 24th, 2026. And present here in the Nat U Hill Room, we have Councilor Spidel, Wiltz, Deckard, Iverson's back in the building, and we also have DGH, Councilmember Henry. So we are still waiting for Councilor Hawk to enter the building here soon, but we have a quorum, so we will go ahead and get started. And next up, all those that are able to stand, please stand for the reciting of the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. One nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you all. All right, next up is the adoption of tonight's agenda. Is there anybody that would like to make amendments to tonight's agenda? And seeing none, we will just roll on with the business. All right, next up, we have our public comment, and this is for items that are not on tonight's agenda. And so if you are a member of the public and you're here in the Nat U Hill Room and would like to make a public comment on items that are not on tonight's agenda, you can come forward to the lectern here in the Nat U Hill Room. State your name, and you'll have up to 3 minutes, or if you are joining us virtually via Teams, you can raise your hand and do the same as well. So are there any takers here in the room for public comment? Seeing none. Are there any takers via Teams that would like to make public comment on items not on tonight's agenda? Okay. Seeing none, we will move on to the other, department updates. And so these are for departments to come here virtually, or virtually rather, to give updates on items not on the agenda. And each department will have up to 10 minutes to make those department updates to the council. So are there any departments that would like to? I see the auditor has her hand up. So, Ms. Gregory, yes.
Thank you. Good evening, Council.
Good evening.
Thank you. Just a quick update regarding the 2024 financial audit exit meeting that occurred last week, Wednesday, February 18th. Representatives from the State Board of Accounts in Forvis, who is our outside GAP contractor or audit contractor, attended in person to review the audit results with us. I'm pleased to share that the county received an excellent audit with no reportable findings. This is the strongest audit outcome the county has achieved in a very long time. And as you know, audit results play an important role in influencing bond ratings, grant opportunities, and loan rates. This successful audit reflects the dedication, diligence, and fiscal responsibility demonstrated across departments. It validates the hard work of my team and contributes to maintaining the county's strong financial standing. So I just wanted to thank you for your continued support and all the work we've done. Appreciate it.
Thank you. And my apologies again for not being able to make that, but sounds good. And congratulations to you and your hardworking staff on that.
Really, it's a congratulations to all of us, because it's all of us working together to achieve this. So thank you.
All right. Are there any questions or comments for Ms. Gregory on that? Yeah, Councilor Henry.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Auditor, for that. That's no small feat, and I think, do you know the last year we had that rating?
I don't. Mr. Garitas, do you have a good history of the county? Do you happen to know when we've had the last audit with no reportable findings, Steve?
Well, I wouldn't know.
It's been a really long time.
I look forward to asking Mr. Garitas later how many counties in Monroe County enjoy that, or several counties in Indiana that enjoy that, opportunity there. And so it's a huge piece of making sure we can get the best possible rates with our bonds. It's also a testament to how we manage our funds with the minimum fund balance to keep us there. So thank you for the work.
Thank you. All right. And just for the record, Councilor Hawk has entered the room, and she will get situated. All right. Are there any other further questions or comments for Ms. Gregory on her report? All right, seeing none, thank you very much. So I see some other department heads that are here. So I want to go back and see if there are any other department heads that would like to give department updates for items not on tonight's agenda. All right, seeing none, are there any department heads that are joining us via Teams that would like to give a department update? And seeing none, we will move forward. All right, next up is the citizen appointment with the one going for the Sophia Travis Grant Committee.
Council, I move to approve the citizen appointment of Catherine Hopkins to the Sophia Travis Grants Committee to complete a 2-year term that expires December 31st, 2028.
Second.
All right, we got a motion and a second, and I'm going to look to my fellow Sophia Travis Grant Committee team members, Councilors Deckard and Feidel, to give an update on our applicant.
Well, I just want to make a comment that Catherine's with us today. Even if you want to come forward here to the table and say a couple words, you're more than welcome just to say hi. Not to put you on the spot, no pressure, but come on up. Yeah. And I'll start this, and Councilor Feidel, anything you want to add in, but folks, this is Catherine Hopkins, and she comes to us through our Sophia Travis Grant process to be the new community member. We are excited that we had a chance to meet with her and to talk with not only her, but of course other applicants. But in that process, Catherine's commitment to this work as a citizen appointment, keeping that balance and that fairness in that process while working alongside council, was abundantly evident. And we're just so delighted that you are willing to do this with us. Wanted to maybe say.
Yeah, I just want to say I'm grateful for the opportunity to serve. I am looking forward to serving with you on this committee and, honoring this role and the legacy that is this committee. So thank you very much for placing your trust in me.
So I'm looking forward to serving with Catherine. I've served with her in several different capacities over the years, and this will just be another one. So I'm looking forward to serving with you in that capacity because I know you'll be great.
It'll be a fun team. All right, so are there any other questions or comments from the council for our candidate for the Sophia Travis Grant Committee? All right, and seeing none, because this is a citizen appointment, we don't do public comment on this, so I'm going to ask for a roll call vote, please.
Councilor Crossley,
Yes.
Councilor Iverson,
Yes.
Idle,
Yes.
Councilor Hogg,
Yes.
Councilor Wiltz,
Yes.
Councilor Henry,
Yes.
Councilor Deckard.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimous.
All right, thank you and
Welcome.
congratulations. And we'll see you in the next few weeks. Thank you. All right, next up on our agenda is the consent agenda items.
Council, I move to approve the council's summary minutes of January the 13th and 27th in 2026.
Second.
All right, we got a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion on our consent agenda items as presented? All right, and seeing none, I will go to public comment on this item. If you have public comment, you can come forward to the lectern here in the Nat E. Hill room or raise your hand via Teams. And seeing none, we can go ahead and do voice vote because all of us are here. So all those in favor of approving the consent agenda items as presented signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. All right, motion carries. Thank you so much for that. All right, next up is item 8, which is our budget review process. And we know that the State House is still doing some little last minute things here, but we generally do this around February anyway. So I wanted to have Greg Garitas, our Financial Solutions Group, come forward and give his presentation. So welcome, Mr. Garitas.
Thank you, and good evening. You should have 3 pieces of paper in front of you. We worked over the last week and yesterday when kind of putting these together to kind of give you where we're going. And the key is also we're working with the auditor's numbers now on 2025 and updating our sustainability. So in our next report, we will have, our next meeting, we will have our sustainability, which is the line-by-line revenue and expenses, and then projecting ahead in 2027, 2028, and 2029. We are hoping that the boys and girls in downtown Indianapolis leave soon and will be able to, I call it play damage control. Or maybe we'll be overwhelmingly surprised and we get really good news. So time will tell. So that still is really, it's really kind of unknown until they leave. So at this point in time, I'd like to focus on the one page that is labeled 2025 financial results. So as you know from my presentations last year, that we were expecting the general fund to have expenses exceed revenues. And you see the summary right there that it did exceed by 6.9. Now, we also put into account, or put on this piece of paper, a couple other key funds which went actually the other way, as you see. Edit, we didn't spend any of the expenses in 2026, and that was as was expected, okay? 25. In 25. It was expected that you wouldn't spend anything. In 26, when we get there, obviously we're going to have a little different story. In 25, for PSAP Lit, you can see that there we slightly overspent by $65,000, basically spending what we took in. Jail Lit for 2025, we did not. Again, we had a very positive 6.9 million. That was somewhat but by design, because as you know, we were accumulating those monies in order to move forward on possible new projects that were coming up. I also put the PSAP Lit 4933 for a reason when we get to a couple of the other pages. And as you can see there, you had a positive 215,000. Now,
Can I just clarify something? I think when you mentioned the PS Lit, you called it PSAP Lit up above. So I just want to make sure that that is PS Lit up above, and that's what you were talking about up above.
So the 1170
Yes.
is public safety lit.
Yes.
4933 is basically the PSAP or the E911
Right.
lit.
I just think it got misspoken. I think you inverted the PS Lit with the PSAP Lit, right, earlier.
Okay. So
It's okay.
So PS Lit, public safety lit, was positive. It was a negative $65,000. Public safety or PSAP Lit 4933 was 215,000 positive.
Thank you.
So sure. And then you see down below, so I don't only focus on the change in revenues versus expenses, but the cash balance that you ended up at the end of the year. And as of 12/31/2025, subject to, I don't think you have any, Bree, you have any adjustments coming through at this point? Because
I don't think so. If anything, it would be very, very minimal as we
Yeah.
go through and audit the CFA, which is the federal award, so.
perfect. So you see that we undid the general fund with 23 million. Edit, it's 23 million also. PS Lit or Public Safety Lit, 1170, 2.9 million. Jail Lit, 7.1 million. PSAP Lit, 4933, 2.9 million. And then I put down the band capital. This is the bond anticipation note that we issued in 25 for basically land purchase, okay? And so when you look at those in comparison to our top numbers there, I feel like we are in good shape when you take all of those funds into account. And so questions on kind of the 25 financial results until you get the actual line-by-line revenue expenses we'll be putting together in the sustainability. Yes.
Yes, since we budgeted so much in these other funds, in the edit fund and the jail fund, I want to make sure that you've covered what we projected to spend out of those budgets.
Well, now,
I wouldn't want anybody to think this money is actually going to be available for the jail. Not all of it, because we budgeted, what was it, how much in the edit money, as well as we budgeted in the jail lit for 2026. So even though you might see a balance there, it's going to change drastically for this coming year because we budgeted it for 2026
sure.
millions.
That's why I was going to go page 2.
Okay, I'm just saying that I think if you just looked at this sheet, you would get
Yeah,
wrong
you
numbers.
don't want to just look at that one. You want to look at the 25, 26. Okay, so the second page, which is the 2026 budget summary, as we know it today, with and you do have, I believe, Bree, you have some additional appropriations. I always caution on additional appropriations, especially very early on, but you can see that the general fund 26 estimated revenues is 52 million, 52,000,008, and budget is 51,000 or 51,100, basically leaving a balance or a difference between revenues and expenses at this point in time at 1.7245 or 953. Now, as you additionally appropriate, those funds will be less. Okay, and so that's what kind of catches up with you as time goes on, and it really happens in every county. In edit, you see we are projecting estimated revenues of 12.7. The budgeted expenses, and Councilor Hawk, I believe this is what you were kind of pointing at, is estimated to be 4.6 or 4.7 million, with a then estimate over revenue over expenses of about 8 million. Okay? So that 4.7 or 4.688 is what you actually have budgeted out of edit to spend. And I've got the detailed budget and I looked through it. There's 2 big items in there, but we, with consultation with the auditor's office, we believe those are somewhat reoccurring, the bigger ones in edit. And I'm sure you know your edit budget inside and out, but I've looked at each of those line items. So to a certain degree, they're staying. Okay. PS lit or public safety lit 1170, 3.6 million, 4.7. You have more. You're basically budgeting into it a cash reduction of $1 million. Okay, so if you went back to the first page, you would see that the balance in PS public safety lit, gotta watch that, is 2.9. So you can get pretty close with utilizing 1 million of that. So I would advise you be very careful on additional appropriations there. Jail lit, 7 in revenues, 2.6 in budget, leaving a revenues in excess of budget of 5.2 million. So that one is safe and obviously then available as we go forward. And then again, we put down The PSAP lit 4933, 3,290,100,000, and I think on that one you generally pay out what you bring in. So, questions on how 25 interacts with 26 and kind of where you've got your glide path going for 2026 on these major funds.
Councilor Henry,
Thank
and
you.
then I'll go to Councilor Hogg.
Yeah, thank you for that. I mean, I'm zeroing in on the 1.7 in the general fund net revenue because we as you mentioned, we want to avoid additional appropriations as long as we can. But one of the things that we've experienced over the past year are very large additional appropriations to shore up our health insurance in the county. Yeah, we had a series of those votes last year that doesn't feel like a lot of margin to work with if we're expecting or anticipating this similar hits. So I keep looking at the auditor because I'm trying to remember what our sum total of those were over last year. Do you have a ballpark on what that was?
Sum total of additionals,
Yeah.
3 million sticking in my head, but I'm not positive. I'll have to look.
So
Michelle, do you happen to?
There's more than that.
We can pull it.
Okay, it's not small. And so
it's not
at that point, we're looking at what's then available. And I guess maybe the question, Greg, is that, if we are looking to continue our service offering that we do for health insurance and we're looking at a general fund that's maybe tapped because the resource might not be there, it's possible the edit would then be next in line to possibly use for that. And what other funds would you think might be available then to look out for that?
Well, let me point out that you did in edit budget $2 million.
Right.
So that is there. Obviously, I did send Molly a message. First place I go on, especially the donut counties, is food and beverage, but yours is not available, my understanding, for those type of things. So what you're going to have to do, and remember, we saw that glide path happening very, very strong last year. I think we budgeted stronger this year to try and hopefully not have that same issue. But quite frankly, it's eating every county alive. Left Tippecanoe County a couple weeks ago, and they were, they were up there. Cities have gone to 25,000 per, and now they're experiencing 28. So it's one of those we just carefully have to watch. I was asking where we stood year to date already, and we don't have that information yet. But I think because it's a little early, but after February, we're going to want to know year to date how we're doing.
Thank you.
I'll go to the auditor and then I'll circle back to Councilor Hogg.
I just wanted to correct the number I mentioned. Michelle was able to pull it up faster than I can get logged in here. It's about 3.9 million, so I was definitely off. Thank you.
That's a lot. Okay. Councilor Hogg.
Yes, I think one of the things that the council did was we reduced the levies for the other levy control funds out of that we have to really kind of think of as all being general fund, because we have to cover some of these other funds too. And when we were doing that, I think it was clear we had to make up we had to put it back. We had to put it back. It's not good, cannot stay where we put it. And of course, it has to stay that way for a year because you can't move money back and forth during the year. But that means that our levy growth will not be realized in the general fund to the extent that you might think it would be. And I'm not sure we know the levy growth number. Did they tell? We don't know that number yet as well, do we?
The levy for 2026 in the general fund?
Well, I'm talking about for I'm already thinking about 2027. We know what it was for 2026.
Absolutely not. Yeah, I do know because we put together this comparison of your budget for January 7th of 2026 and the general fund's levy, and that was one cautionary note I wanted to make on the 1.7 million for the general fund is, yes, that levy went up 6.2 million. Okay, so all points bulletin to you, that 52 million includes that. And you did have a migration from 15 reassessment and a couple other funds that you will have to make up, more than likely in 27 or 28. Another one was aviation. And so that was, did you give them a copy of our document that we put together for the comparison?
I believe Ms. Shell did. I think it went directly to her. Yeah.
Okay, because that's what we put together and sent out early in the year to confirm your budget. And that, on the very back, page 10 of that, it shows the migration of the dollars of your maximum levy. Keep up the great questions. I'm ready.
Anybody else have any questions so far? All right, I think you can, sorry.
Okay, I just wanted to note that I think there was a consensus that we're aware that we're going to have to shift some levy back. However, I think we were trying to supplement the general fund to support as much as necessary, and that's why we also had that navigation of some expenses to the edit fund, because we simply can't continue and support all of our services with less. So.
Yes, Councilor Wiltz.
One thing that's not on here is the special purpose lit that we had reduced, but we likely should increase back now because we were spending it down a little bit. And so I just wanted to throw that out there. Since we've got the list of lits, it does seem like it might be worth remembering that.
That's for YSB.
Yeah, the
Right.
juvenile
Right, yeah, because I
services.
remember that towards the end of budget season, because they were very concerned about needing to put that back next year, or which is this year.
Yeah.
So yeah, I believe the consensus was, I might not be remembering this correctly, but I thought the council preferred to wait until we establish all those rights in 27, but we can do that, this year, next year. We just need to watch it very carefully.
I think that was the general thing, so yeah, okay. Yes, Councilor Decker.
I was just going to say that when we did that, we promised that we, to our judicial partners, that we would watch that vehemently. And even when the concerns came up that we might not remedy that sooner, we promised again. And so that cannot get lost off that radar, because that is a winning system, and nobody wants to break a car engine that is running really well. And I see a lot of nodding heads from some of our judicial friends that seem to agree with me.
Yes, Councilor Wiltz.
I have a naive question. Is there any logic, I believe I'm saying this out loud, but is there any logic to putting that lit back up in place this year, knowing that we are benefiting from some reductions, and by we, I mean the glorious grand we of everybody, from reductions in property tax, and we're headed toward likely increases in the future, and maybe this eases us in the future of income tax. Does that make sense?
So it makes total sense to me, and that's why each of the councils that I work with, we say, let's review the lit rates each and every year, even though, remember, SB2 is coming to a theater near you, and SB2 it won't be, but I call it that,
Yeah.
right? And so each and every year, and I think right on our schedule here, we should say, we're going to review that come June or July. And I think I call it lit migration. And you should look at how you're migrating lit versus what you're migrating on property taxes and set the strategy. So each and every year, so that makes total sense to me. Whether you change it or not, that's one thing, but review it and set your course. And oh, by the way, you got to do it really early because the DLGF has been awful busy and it has taken awful long time to review your ordinances or your resolutions, and they get the right to comment on it. And sometimes they take up to 90 days. So you always want to start early.
Okay, thank you.
And Ms. Gregory?
Thank you. I completely agree with Councilor Wiltz, and I think our justice partners would feel at ease if we could take care of that this year, if the council does choose to do so.
And I did know about it, by the way. I consciously didn't put it on the sheet.
Councilor Hall?
I just want to comment that the reason we did what we did was that the cash balance was much higher than what was needed for the youth services. And yet we were looking at trying to put together dollars out of that jail tax. We had not taken that up to as far as the jail tax could go. We bumped that up a little bit and reduced the YSB a little bit. But we promised that we would look at their cash balances, and I'm not saying we have to return the full rate because that rate is bringing in more than what is needed, but certainly look at their cash balance and making sure they are whole, and that we have not done anything to jeopardize their position. But every time you talk about a percent in the rate, we really need to look at what does that mean, what kind of revenue does that mean you're bringing in, because that's really what we're talking about. So whether or not you would reduce that jail rate again and put it over into YSB, because that's what we did. We said moved it there. Will we reduce it and move it back, or will we actually put a new additional rate on the people of this county?
And I
Nothing's
do
easy.
have the 12/31 results. It is 4.2 million in special purpose lit 1114. 4.2.
What was that number? I'm sorry, 4.2?
4.2.
Thank you.
4256697. Okay, I have one other page that staff thought I should discuss tonight, and this is the top part should look kind of familiar to you, because the top part is exactly what I covered within our sustainability and when we kind of gave the update on SB1. And as you know, current law is in 27, you will review for 28 your introduction of your new county lit rate. What do I firmly believe? I firmly believe that will become 28 review for 29 implementation, and I would say stay tuned for further developments on that even. So as you know, we put in a break even, and I believe Bree's number also verified it, that we were a break even of 0.93. So that's what you see next door to it, which says estimated minimum future lit. So meaning you would need 93 basis points out of the 120 basis points to break even. The rest would be your option. Okay. Now, obviously, then what we've done now in the second part of this page is we've sat down and said, let's talk about where we sit if we were to do any type of financing for a new project going forward using lit. If you look under the column that says County Share 2026 Certified Lit, these are the lits that you have exclusive again of the special purpose. So that totals up the 42,951. Currently, you see right below that 10,737,000. Right now in SB1, and you remember this from last year, you should, that there is a limit of being able to obligate over and above 25%. You can only use up to 25% for any debt payment, okay? So what Jeff asked me to do was estimated bond size based upon that, and that is 135 million. Significantly different, obviously, than the numbers that we had in the past, okay? Now, we also said, but that's one issue. If you circle that one, that's one issue in SB1. Now there's also a practicality issue, and that is if you go to the far right-hand section, you will see what we've done is we've said, okay, the estimated available lit for debt service after paying budgetary expenses for 2026 means that really unobligated, we've got about 11,732,000. Now again, that could be plus or minus depending on how you do additional appropriations and things like that. And we also added in, obviously, the negative 1,000,002. 8% means that we have to have, when you do a revenue bond, you know, you have to have 125 coverage. You have to have $125 coming in for every $100 of debt service. You've heard me talk about that last year. And so what we do is basically use 80%, and we say 9,003,000 is what you would have available from leftover or remaining funds on an annual basis. It could be less than that as time goes on, but that would estimate at about 117 million bond issue. That's the one that we're truly at, we believe, okay? Unless you made some significant changes in the 26 budget or 27 budget, obviously notice I said 27 budget, then that might change that 11 million fairly significantly. But that's kind of trying to boil down where we are on SB1 requirement of not going over 25 basis or 25% and of your annual lit revenue, and then also playing it off on how does it format, how's it look with the 26 budget, and what would be a left available for debt service, assuming no changes in rates of any kind, obviously, okay? And so that's the two numbers that we wanted to point out on where we are today, far from, like I said, where we were in the past, because that was you enacting up to the max and other things. So, questions on that?
I'll go to Councilor Iverson and then Henry next.
So for those of you watching, this is exactly why I think this council unanimously and bipartisanly took a vote at the end of 2025 when we were looking at a facility to the size of $225 million. And tonight I think we have the clearest enumeration of why that was the right decision. I mean, these numbers are staggeringly smaller than the $225 million that we were asked to be spending. So not only appreciate the county share certified lit, but also that third column, the estimated lit available for debt service. This helps put a very fine point on what we are allowed to do given what our friends in Indianapolis have passed in Senate Enrolled Act 1. So I really appreciate this analysis. We've been looking for this for a while, and I'm glad we finally have it.
Good point.
Thank you. Peter just stole all my words. And I will ask a question because I completely agree with all of that. We had great foresight up here, and I think it just showed for the community. I guess my question is on the estimated bond size and the debt service. So that's all bonds for the county, not a particular project, right? So if we have, I just want to.
Sir, it is a particular.
That's
it
the
is
particular
a new project.
Okay, that's new project. So that's not inclusive of other bonds. All right.
No, sir.
No, that's really the clarifying question I had. See, Peter said it better. Anyway, thanks.
Yeah, keep in mind the ones that we have are outstanding, or majority of them are either redevelopment and or general obligation bonds.
Yeah, got it. Thank you.
And I would make the note that neither, that the 135 nor the 117 included any type of cash balance that remains in edit, remains in jail lit, or in the band capital. We would just add those to a total project cost, but not a total debt service.
Well, then the follow-up there is that those additional funds could be used for other projects in the county. That's I mean, obviously. So I don't want to give the impression that this new number plus those lits would equal some larger project that we would, I mean, given just the fact we had a conversation about the 1.7 million in revenue for the general fund, we may need those other lits to be able to do additional appropriations. So I appreciate that this one's about a specific project, but understand that those other available lits we may be using for other things. Yeah.
Yep. Yes, Councilor Hogg.
Yes, we won't know until the people of the state says they're through, and this is where we sit with the changes that they're making. But one of the changes was that they would have sort of a committee set up with a representative of the county and a representative of the municipality. So there would be one from the city, one from town of Ellettsville, maybe one from Steinsville, I don't know. But anyway, to decide how to split up the revenue that's coming in from LID. Now, and so I think it's important that we recognize that what we're trying to get in the legislation, I hope it got in there, that it's up to the county council to call that meeting, and it is a may and not a shall. And that meeting where they decide how to split up the revenue, it is merely a suggestion. It is still up to the county council. And now, if that goes through and ends up being that way, this is why we need to look at our future and know that we're not rolling here in the money, and the city needs to recognize that as well, and the townships and Bloomington Transportation, et cetera, because they might have a feeling of the county is setting on a lot of money, and we have to do things that they don't have to do. And this whole justice system is not inexpensive. And I just want to throw that in there because I know we've got a lot of people that's watching or is following along that really are hoping that city will be able to use a part of our revenue. And I think that's going to be difficult to do.
Yes, Councilor Decker.
Thank you very much. Remind me again, I know you said it at the start, when do you think the General Assembly is roughly done for this time?
Hopefully this week. And someone answered it, said they'll be done when they do the last vote. And the last vote, I think, has to occur by the end of this week.
Yeah, the 27th.
Yeah.
Well, and I guess the reason I ask that is they have some wiggle room there, right, to stick around longer. They also have wiggle room if the governor and I believe the leaders of the chambers want it to come back in throughout. And the reason I point that out is sometimes I've noticed there's a little bit of euphoria around, well, this bill didn't move forward and I think they're roughly done by this time, but if they want, they can insert language anywhere, anyhow, anytime, any place, and sometimes not even known to the public for better or worse, right or wrong. And so I am curious when we will know what we're dealing with and when we're not dealing with and whether they're coming back or not. I mean, I know it's not related to this exactly, but I saw some jubilation yesterday that early voting hours would stay at 28 days versus 16, but friends, you don't know that until they're done and they're home. You don't know jack until they're done and they're home. And one of the things that as I was listening to just our comments here, that I get very worried about is there's someone in Steinsville that will need us to do something soon. And I'm not sure we know fully what that law is going to look like, how that's going to be, or what gets worked out in some of the meetings that Councilor Hawk's in. But they may need that May to be a really willing set of participants on this end. But not only that for that, but for public transportation and fire protection and townships if they exist, or whatever form they exist in. And that is a lot. I mean, and I'll even hazard this to counselors. I have never before in this role thought budgetarily wise around our school districts, but I think every counselor up here has had some sort of conversation with one of our school districts, because they also are in a pickle, and kids got to get educated, and you can't wave the flag on that. So I throw it all out there in that we're dealing with a jail and bonding and changes and a pause or not a pause or what have you. But this, our years ahead, and when I say our, I mean everybody beyond these walls out in these subdivisions of government are going to be different and very difficult, or even continuously changing. I do appreciate the clarity on your numbers as always, and the passion by which you bring them to us, because you can tell you love what you do, and that helps us to figure out what we have to do. So thank you.
I just, once they quit moving the cheese, I love that. I love that.
Right?
Then we'll know where the cheese is. We probably won't know flavors of the cheese until we get a little further down the road. But stay tuned.
Not all cheese is good, too.
Right.
No Limburger.
Okay, are there any other questions or comments for Mr. Garces?
If that's my prepared.
Yeah, I was gonna say, do you have any final?
Nope, that's my prepared comments. We will, like I said, the sustainability, we will we do want to wait until we see where the cheese lands, and to a certain degree, be able to put that into 28, 29, and 30, but you've got a lot of work coming on the 27 budget. So I like to say, start now.
Yes, Councilor Hawk.
Yes, I think we really don't know what our revenue is going to be this year. In 2026, we know that some of the estimates was going to be a $300 reduction on all properties. We'll know it's not. It's $300 depending on the price tag, or 10%, whichever is less. So we don't know what's going to happen with that. But there's also a whole lot of credits out there. And remember, there's a big difference between a deduction and a credit, because a credit means it's straight off of the bottom revenue. Good for the taxpayer. They're not going to pay it, but it also means less revenue coming into the county. And they didn't even have to apply for this if they were already had a homestead, or if they were already had the over 65. There are a lot of things that would just be automatically adjusted. And so I think it's really difficult to judge what we think our revenue is going to be for this year. I mean,
I know Ms. Gregory had her hand raised, and then I'll come back to Councilor Iverson.
Thank you. I'm sure it does. I just want to confirm the estimated minimum future lit necessary. Does that include like expense increase projections and so forth?
Oh, heck no.
Okay.
So that's your room between 93 basis points and 120.
Okay. So then, I mean,
it wasn't in yours, I don't believe, and it definitely is not in ours.
Right. Okay. So then, with that in mind, I mean, we're going to have to be a lot closer to that 1.2.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Councilor Iverson.
So thank you for coming. We always learn a lot when you come here. We really appreciate the report that you sent in January. That was really helpful to prepare for this. And I want to, I think, in closing, just note that on the second sheet that we talked about, the 2026 budget summary, 96.7%, that's greater than 95% of our general fund revenues are already budgeted. We have such little wiggle room for additional appropriations, folks. There's just such little wiggle room. So when we're up here saying we need to figure out with our department heads how we're going to work with the funds that we have, this is a really fine way of putting it, that 96.7% of all of our revenues, at least the estimated revenues, are budgeted. There's not a lot of wiggle room this year.
And just one quick comment on that. Remember, that contained a pretty strong interest income. And I still really believe that there may be a tide that will turn mid-year this year. And I know everybody's doing well, and we've got a strong balance, but that rate of interest may go down. If not, it will go down in 27.
All right, we'll keep looking at our belts and see how tight we can make them.
Yeah.
Yes, Ms. Gregory.
One final comment. I am going to work with the treasurer, get all of the financial reports from her, for the investment reports, and send them to FSG, so we have that piece as well.
Yeah, and I think it's something we ought to update council each and every month on year-to-date earned interest income, along with year-to-date expense on insurance.
Yeah.
Very key ingredients.
Yeah, yes. We provide a revenue report monthly, and so that's part of that as well.
Yeah. And one final thing is, I really appreciate this third page of bringing it home for us when we think of our specific task that we have at hand, how much we have, like our budget versus our actuals. So that's a lot of food for thought for some of the things that we might have to do this evening. So I appreciate that. So thank you very much. And
Thank you, and good evening.
Yes.
Unless there's
you
any
get
other
to-
questions?
No?
Safe travels.
Yes. You get to have some daylight back.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right, next up, council, we are getting into the county council business. And first up, we'll start with item A, which is from courts.
Council, I move to open for discussion and possible approval of the court's request to be exempt from the hiring freeze and be allowed to hire in Fund 1000-0225 County General Courts, a part-time hourly public service coordinator position.
Second.
Okay, and I see that we have Judge Teacoff and Ms. Abraham here. Welcome. Hello.
Thank you. We had about a month ago, a little over a month ago, a vacancy in our office. So we've done our due diligence to not fund it, not do anything with it. So, which required my staff to basically, we've been taking shifts, myself included. I was there almost all day today at the front desk to do, because some of the jobs that we have, though, we can't do at the front desk. Like obviously a lot of stuff I can't do with confidentiality. Likewise, when it's payroll, my financial person can't sit at the front desk. We have a jury trial. My other person has to do the jury trial. So it's kind of been a little hindrance on us. So trying to find a workaround that I'm asking if we can maybe get a part-time position to help out. I have the money in my part-time, so it wouldn't be any additional funding for that. I do know I have couple people that have recently retired. One of them is interested in doing it, which would be easy for the community. She already would know everything, be minimal training. So, and like I said, only do 6 hours a day, 3 days a week. So, very, very minimal. So that's what we're asking, to ease a little burden of my staff and myself to make sure that position, all of those duties get covered.
Okay, thank you for that. And this is also a prime example of what Councilor Iverson was saying earlier about how we have to figure out how departments are working. And so I think in prepping for our meeting for this evening, like you just said you had it vacant for a month.
Yes, I think the second week in January.
Okay.
I believe.
And so you were able to kind of get us that fiscal impact of how much
Right.
For that time frame that position remained vacant.
Right.
Okay.
I think Kim has that, and I forward that to
Right.
her. So.
Right. And I think we got it. We got it. And this was full-time originally?
It was a
so,
full-time
okay.
position.
So these are things that I think personally myself I'd like to hear when we have people coming forth, because you're obviously trying to say and state your case of why you need this position, but you were able to, one, look at how long that vacancy was able to. Two, we heard how everybody in office, including yourself, are taking turns to figure out how you can manage that. And three, taking that from full-time to part-time. And so that's the embodiment of like trying to partner and figure out how we can do this and how to work. So I just want to say thank you for setting the bar for how these things should be going.
Today was a little rough. I'm 2 people
course.
down out of 5.
Of course.
One is getting ready for a conference this Friday. Another one was getting ready for a jury, which left me. So I was the one at the front desk. So some stuff I could not do at the front. So it's sitting. I'll try and tackle that tomorrow.
Well, we appreciate that, and thank you very much for that. All right, any questions from council? Yes, Councilor Hawk.
Yes. We know at the end of this year, one of the courts will no longer be. And so we have to look at what that percent of reduction needs to come from the court's budgets, because we can't just make up the difference. As if you've been paying attention to what we were told, we just can't. So I'm just wondering are you watching for the people who are still employed in that court that will be going away, for opportunities for them to move to another slot someplace, or so that they don't have to just be laid off?
Well, actually, we're doing that right now. Our one judge did lose a court reporter, and she's the one that might be doing this part-time one. And with that being in Judge Houghton's, we are not filling that, because obviously we can't say you're hired, but in 9 months you're fired again. So we are not filling that spot. We had another one that also retired in a different judge's. So what we're going to do is the other court reporter from Judge Houghton is going to take over to fill that vacancy at the end of the year in Judge Fawcett. So we will not need to hire any new ones. So we already got those 2 that we're leaving vacant the rest of this year. And then you'll get another one, because our official court reporter is retired at the end of the year, which is for Judge Houghton. So nobody's going to lose a job. So that's the nice thing.
A question. So the part-time person then would no longer receive insurance or any benefits?
Correct.
What, yes, no?
She will not receive any benefits at all. She's already doing her insurance right now, because she retired at the end of December. She already has her own insurance.
Are there any other questions? Yes, and Councilor Decker.
I was looking at the title here. Is this the role that years ago Pat Haley, when she left office, that she kind of fulfilled out there,
Yes.
kind of helping people?
That's what she did, yes.
That's one that I already have a part-time for that spot. But yes, Pat Haley was a different one, but that was a part-time one that now Glenda Campbell fills in downstairs at the front desk. This is actually full-time that's upstairs in our office in court services.
Gotcha. I actually personally experienced kind of what that role does in my private life as I was kind of entering that building. And for a lot of people, the intimidation in there on, am I doing the right thing? Am I in trouble? Am I blah, 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 in navigating is a lot. So I kind of understand that. I also appreciate managing this around, as you have described well. I think sometimes people outside don't understand that on a public office, you can't just say, well, we're a little low on this, we're just going to close the door on this and everybody's just not here. I mean, you can do that, you're not supposed to, because the public is paying for that. And so working through the time period is appreciated.
Are there any other questions? Yes, Councilor Hawk.
I think what we're going to see is departments throughout county government is saying, we're really missing this slot. We really need that slot filled in, because it's difficult to make up, and try to figure out how to make it work. And I've said to another department head not long ago, it's your job to figure out how to make it work. Our job is to try to make sure we're not spending money that is going to force us to do more draconian cuts than what we want to do. And so I won't be supporting this, because I just think people need to take turns filling that, go sit at that desk or do whatever. make it work. Don't ask us to come to you and say which one of your people we can no longer support. We need to do it through attrition. It sounds easier when we just say, let's do it through attrition. It's a lot harder when they come and say, no, I really need this slot filled. So.
Okay. All right. Anybody else? Yes, Councilor Wiltz.
To that same point, I just wanted to indicate that I will support this hire based on the efforts that have been made thus far. Taking something down to part-time is not just reducing hours, as Councilor Hawk pointed out, it's the benefits as well. So this is, I think, fruit, and I will support this hire because I think it's been well managed. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions or comments for council on this item? All right. And seeing none, we'll open it up to public comment. If you have public comment on this item, you can come forward to the lectern here, or you can raise your hand via Teams. And seeing none, may we please have a roll call vote?
Counselor Wiltz?
Yes.
Counselor Hawk?
No.
Counselor Henry? Counselor Deckard?
Yes.
Counselor Crossley?
Yes.
Counselor Iverson?
Yes.
Counselor Feidel?
Yes.
Motion passed 6-1 majority.
All right. Next up, item B.
Council, I move to approve the court's request in Fund 1213-0000 CASA-GAL grant, an additional appropriation of $1,500 in the services category.
Second.
All right. And you mentioned you were coming back because you had some good news. And so.
3 grants today, so this is
Wow,
great.
yay.
CASA informed me that they got another $1,500 on their pass-through grant, so it's already been received in the auditor's office, so I'm just here to ask that we can get appropriated so we can get them their money.
Good. All right. Looking to council colleagues to see if anybody has any questions or comments on that. Of course, congratulations on that. All right. And seeing none, we'll go to public comment. If you have public comment, you can raise your hand via Teams or come here to the lectern here in the room. And seeing none, may we please have a roll call vote?
Wiltz?
Yes.
Counselor Henry?
Yes.
Counselor Deckard?
Yes.
Counselor Crossley?
Yes.
Counselor Iverson?
Yes.
Feidel?
Yes.
Counselor Hawk?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimous.
All right. Next up is item C.
Excuse me. Council, I move to approve the court's request in Fund 9113-0000 Family Court Grant, additional appropriations of $83,000 in the services category.
Second.
All right. Welcome.
All right, this year, once again, we were lucky enough to get a family court grant, and we received $83,000 for it. And I'm here to get it appropriated, and Judge Stafford is one who monitors that grant, so she's come to speak on it.
All right. What do you have to say, Ms. Stafford?
I'll
Or
keep
Judge
it-
Stafford, excuse
That's
me.
all good. As long as it's not a swear word, I'll answer it anyway. That's all good. That's what I tell people who come into court. They're like, ma'am, sir, and I'm like, it's all good. No offense taken.
Judge Stafford, yes.
Thank you. I am proud to say that we are the largest recipient of this type of grant in the state. We are also one of the longest term grant recipients of this type of grant in the state. You all have heard me say this before, so I'm going to keep it as brief as possible. You know that when people come to court for when they are accused of a crime, that they have a right to appointment of counsel, that they have access to probation officers. We don't have that in civil or family court. And this grant allows us to have an attorney available to give advice only, not representation, not going to court with them, not going to mediation with them, 2 afternoons a month for low-income people only on family cases. And I will tell you, it's not enough. But it helps, and we're so grateful for the money. This grant actually helps not just Monroe County, but Greene, Lawrence, Owen, and Sullivan. And we are the financial manager of those funds. I monitor and, with the help of Lisa Abraham and Melissa in the court services office, we monitor the timesheets, the mileage. We make sure everything is perfect before we do their monthly outputs and reimbursements. And we have asked and gotten great cooperation from Pro Bono Indiana, used to be known as District 10, who does the legal advice, to make sure that they're tracking what kinds of advice they're giving and how they're doing it, and we're trying to really build a good partnership with them. So we're always appreciative of that, and as not just a department, but of course a separate and co-equal branch of government, we appreciate the chance to receive this grant and move forward with it. Thank you.
Thank you, and congratulations again. Any questions or comments for council? And Judge Stafford, I think Councilor Hawk might have a question for you.
I will be happy to see if I can answer.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Again. I see that the balance in February 20th is $7,735. So your grant is in the amount of 83.
Correct.
So I don't know how much of that, even though it says it's a balance, it might already be appropriated to be
My understand is
spent
that some of it was for December output. I don't know if it had already gone through yet, and we generally in the past have rolled that over, and they had a lack of staff about a year and a half ago to 2 years ago that caused them to get behind on their request to have that grant spent out.
Right.
And we worked with them very closely to make sure that they were increasing their hours and using the money that was funded, because we don't want to be in a position of losing those funds.
Right. I just wanted to know where you stood on that 7,000. So I'm sure
I will defer to
somebody's
Lisa.
watching it. So
Oh, absolutely.
Kim, I will look it up, but I think that paid some of the January bill, because I don't think there's enough right now. We received the January bill, but we're holding it because there's not enough to pay it until this
Right.
gets appropriated. And we've told them that. We said, you'll get it after I get to council today.
don't want you to lose a penny of it, because if you don't spend it by the time the time's up, you
Could not agree more.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anything else?
Yes.
I just was going to offer a commentary, Judge, that and we say this a lot, but we're grateful for any department, let alone our judicial branch, going after grants to do things that are extremely beneficial to folks that we otherwise financially probably could not do for ourselves. And we have a long track record, a lot of folks even sitting out there in the audience that go after those and make that public service component more complete for us. And I appreciate very much the court doing that, maintaining that. And for taxpayers, that means that these fine folks are taking additional time, their own time, to really chase things down out there in the world, state, federal, to bring those dollars here versus somewhere else. And that saves for us and it serves for us. So thank you so much.
Yes, Councilor Vital.
And I just want to say how much I truly appreciate the impact it has on families.
Thank you. It really does. And frankly, it makes my job easier from a very selfish perspective when someone could get legal advice on what they should file and where they can file it and what they can do. It helps every other case move more quickly.
All right, and seeing no other questions or comments from council, we'll move on to public comment. So if there's public comment on this item, you can come forward to the lectern here or raise your hand via Teams. And seeing none, may we please have a roll call vote?
Counselor Henry,
Yes.
Counselor Deckard,
Yes.
Counselor Crossley,
Yes.
Counselor Iverson,
Yes.
Counselor Vidal,
Yes.
Counselor Hawk,
Yes.
Counselor Wills.
Yes.
Motion unanimous.
Thank you. Next up is item D.
Council, I move to approve the court's request in Fund 9136-0000 Court Reform Grant, an additional appropriation of $12,453 in the services category.
Second.
All right.
Okay, this court reform grant was up this year for a technology, and what we did 3 years ago, we did a grant and we're able to purchase with the grant money digital signage in our Justice Building. We have 2 downstairs and 1 upstairs, and it gave us a 3-year maintenance agreement. Well, that is up as of June of this year. So we thought, well, let's try again. So we tried, and this will cover then the next 3 years of the maintenance so that we can continue to use our digital signage. without having to cost the county anything. So I'm asking that this be appropriated and that'll pay for our maintenance for the next 3 years.
Congratulations again. Thank you very much. All right, any questions or comments from council on this item? All right. And seeing none, we'll go to public comment. Please come forward to the lectern here or raise your hand via Teams. And seeing none, may we please have a roll call vote?
Counselor Deckard?
Yes.
Counselor Crawford? Counselor Iverson?
Yes.
Counselor Feidel?
Yes.
Counselor Hogg?
Yes.
Counselor Wiltz?
Yes.
Counselor Henry?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimous.
All right, thank you very much. All right, we are done with courts, and now we are moving on to item E, which is from the probation department.
Council, I move to open for discussion and possible approval of the probation's request to be exempt from the hiring freeze and be allowed to hire and fund 9142-0000 Community Corrections Grant, account line 11493, legal secretary/receptionist.
Second.
All right, and joining us at the table again is Judge Dekoff and Miss Linda Brady, our chief officer.
Thank you.
Yes.
Good evening, County Council. I want to give you a brief update about staffing in the probation department. I've recently met with a couple of county counselors, and they've asked me about our staffing levels and turnover and that sort of thing. So just to update you, before COVID, the pandemic, the staff turnover was very low. For probation officers, we averaged about 2 probation officers a year leaving the department. We did have a high turnover rate with our community corrections field officers, and any of you who've gotten emails from me know that. Usually we would lose about 4 officers a year out of a total of 8 on that staff. So that has traditionally been a high turnover position. But since the COVID pandemic, we've had unprecedented turnover with all levels except for support staff. So since 2020, the only time we have had full staff, in 2024, we had 3 weeks for the whole year of 2024 with a full staff. And then in 2025, we went 3 months, and that's been our record since COVID. So we continue to have that as an issue. Prior to the hiring freeze, we employed 71 full-time employees plus 16 part-time employees. And you all have our organizational chart. I had sent that through email, so hopefully you have that. So at this time, to let you know, we have 18 staff vacancies in the probation department. Can I please repeat that? 18. We have 5 full-time positions that are vacant, one being the legal secretary receptionist, 2 probation officers, 2 community corrections field officers. We have 13 part-time positions that are vacant. 12 were probation officer assistants, and 1 probation officer that's a part-time is vacant. So again, 18 total. Also, we have 2 community corrections field officers who've already advised us they will be leaving employment either in the next couple of weeks or the next couple of months. But one of them is up for a job, and we don't know the date he's going to be leaving us. The other, as soon as she's applying for other jobs, and if she gets one, she's out. And no matter what, she's leaving by May because her lease expires. So we're going to have a couple more very soon. So what I'm not here to do is to ask to fill 18 positions. Okay. I'm here to ask to fill 1 position, the most crucial position, which is our Community Corrections Legal Secretary position. In late 2025, when she resigned, our department, as you probably know, we have 2 separate offices, so we have a receptionist in each of our offices. Since the person who left the position, we've been dividing up sitting at the receptionist desk as much as we can with some part-time staff, but because we have so many part-time vacancies, we're down to only 2 probation officer assistants in the community corrections office, 1 male and 1 female, and they spend all of their time that they're allowed to work as part-timers collecting urine for the department for our drug testing program. And so at this point, we've been assigning some of those duties, the receptionist duties, to our other receptionist in the other office. However, she is going on maternity leave in about a month. So we are we have waited as long as we possibly can to fill this position. So we're here to ask to be able to refill. The position is not funded by County General. It's funded by the Community Corrections Grant and Community Corrections user fees. We've already got it budgeted for the year, and I noticed that another department came up and you asked how many calls the receptionist answered, and in addition to the people walking in the office, we did actually ask TSD to run a report for us, and our main office receptionist gets about 150 phone calls a day on average, and at Community Corrections we get about 108 calls a day on average, and that plus the walk-in clientele, but that's what I got from technical services. So just wanted to give you something that you had asked another department for. And so I'm asking for you to please consider approving this. Happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you for that. And you said this was vacant since late of 2025?
Yeah, she resigned at the end of 2025, then when she had to be paid out for benefits and that sort of thing.
Okay.
But yes.
Okay, I'm gonna start over here with council member questions, and I'll go to Councilor Decker.
Thank you for the context, and you're always good about sending us the vacancy list and all that when I was your liaison. I remember that. One question I have for you, and I should know this, but jog my memory. On these 18 staff vacancies, which probably seems high to a lot of folks, especially yourself and that department, those are in our budget now, but are sitting vacant.
Yes.
Is that 18 number, it's been a while since I've been your liaison, but is that 18 number higher than normal, average on normal?
No, way higher. I mean, the probation officer assistants who run our drug testing and day reporting program, we cut way back on that because they've been paid out primarily out of Community Corrections user fees. And our more recent liaisons know we have been trying like crazy to keep that fund in the black. And so that's why we haven't refilled that. We've tried reassigning, and the judge has approved this. We've reassigned some of those drug testing duties to our field officers. That is not what they signed up for when they became field officers, but that's what they're doing in part of the time, not all of the time, but part of the time. But now we're starting to lose them and have the 2 vacancies out of the positions and 2 more coming up. So it's stretched about as thin as it can get.
Okay, over here and seeing if anybody else has any questions. Okay, I'll take it back over here. Councilor Hawk.
Yes. Can you remind us again, the reduction you saw, was it 10% reduction in revenue for this grant fund? What was the reduction? You said
For the Community Corrections Grant. Okay, so the Community
state had reduced the amount of support for this program that was coming.
This program is the Community Corrections Program, and the Community Corrections Program did not get reduced. It was flatlined this year. It's been flatlined for the past 6 years.
Flatline is actually a reduction.
Well, it's right. It's been flatlined for 6 years. Right.
Right. So this is regretfully, this is a program that's going to have to not be able to provide the services that you had in the past when it's just like for our funds, when we see a reduction in the revenue coming in, we can't do what we would like to do in the past. I just wanted to ask the question. I thought sure I heard you say a 10% reduction. Or maybe that's in some meeting.
That was the 10%, you have a good memory, Marty. The state reduced the Community Corrections budget line by 10%. So the Community Corrections grants in the state budget was reduced by 10% so that's a good memory.
I knew I wasn't making that 10%.
No, that was in the state budget, but what happened to us, though, was just a flatlining at this point. And you may also make another good point about if there's going to be a reduction, because this is a system, the program isn't just, we don't just operate in a vacuum. We take people who are otherwise would be serving their time in jail, serving time on community corrections. So I don't know if you want to say anything
I would like to add that the group that I work with from the state have been advocating to not reduce the funds coming into there. Many of the counties rely heavily having to do with a work release using these programs or so forth. And so it's heavily relied upon in the counties. And so they're all having to reduce their staff and their budgets. And that's what's going to happen throughout the state. I didn't see a change this year of putting that money back in, did you?
Well, this isn't a budget year, but I did watch, there was a state JRAC meeting, which is called the Justice Reinvestment Advisory Council, and it's run by Justice Goff, and I did watch it. It was on Friday, and every entity that was around the table was upset about this because it's affecting every county, and it's affecting sheriffs, it's affecting community corrections, work, really everything across the state. And Justice Goff he's talked about getting a committee together to try to educate the legislature that you did this and here's the impact, and to try to get ready for the next budget session.
Are there any other questions or comments from council on this item? Councilor Wiltz.
First of all, that's a lot of phone calls.
Yes, it is.
I was not expecting you to say that.
No, I know when I heard the clerk's office, when they were up here saying that people call there for people will call us, or what's the number of the Monroe County Public Library, or what, you name it.
That's a lot.
They know our phone number. And so any kind of information that they need, whether it's for food pantries or treatment, or, there's just a lot of people calling.
Yeah.
And plus we have around 1,500 people under community supervision with our department. So if you think about that, that's a lot of people that are being supervised by our department.
I just wanted to pick up on something you said, which is that your community corrections program doesn't operate in a vacuum. And in fact, if we were to cut back on that program, what we would in fact be doing is putting people into jail. Is that right? Did I interpret what you said?
It would reduce the options that the judges have for community supervision if we don't have that program.
I think that's important for us to think about as we're looking at our options across the justice system, because pulling a string over here is going to impact something on the other end. And we have to remember that we are doing a lot, and by we, I mean you, but the county is doing a lot in the form of diversion. We have these programs that are working really well by all accounts. And so I guess I just wanted to make sure that that one little piece that you brought up was sort of laid out a little bit.
I like that analogy of pulling the string, because I just think of something unraveling and being a big deal. And as we consider a lot of things related to that, that is a very valid and good point. So I appreciate that. Thanks, Councilor Wiltz. Yes, Councilor Deckert.
Well, one thing, occasionally I hear things floated. I need to go look at legislation and see what's happening, but I hear about problem-solving courts, some targets on that. And Judge, I don't want to speak for you, but I recall when you were talking about, I think, recidivism numbers, the record that problem-solving courts is amazing in what that does, but also at the same time, it's keeping people from getting them out of our system. Am I right on that?
We get them out of jail faster. We keep them out of jail. We get them into treatment. We work on them getting housing. We work on them getting jobs. We help them with their relationships. So definitely, and we partner a lot with people, with treatment providers, with other people in the community. We have people working in various jobs through Centerstone has a program. I was in mental health court today. I have one of my participants who could not get a job, and has a very promising job opportunity. And we have heard that problem-solving courts funding is going to be reduced in the community corrections grants. We don't know that for sure, but that's what we've heard. And to go to Councilwoman Wiltz's point is, I did a sentencing today. I put the person on home detention and then probation. Had there not been an alternative, but to keep, but to incarcerate him. He had been out, he had been on home detention, he had been doing well because of pretrial. We had been monitoring him, and he's very, very well. He came to court with quite a day to speak for him, and that's the goal. The goal is to get people out of the system, to keep people out of incarceration, to get them into treatment, to get them what they need. To do that, of course, we need to have programming, and we need to have people who can assist them and supervise them. And based upon how we do things, we really work with individuals and work with what they need in their lives, because the impact is great. If you don't have those alternatives to offer, then we have fewer choices as judges, and quite frankly, I like to have the choices to be able to help people lives.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, if there are no other further questions or comments from council, we'll move on to public comment. If there's public comment on this item, you can come forward to the lectern here or raise your hand via Teams. And seeing none, may we please have a roll call vote?
Counselor Crossley?
Yes.
Counselor Iverson?
Yes.
Counselor Feigl?
Yes.
Counselor Hawk? Counselor Wiltz?
Yes.
Counselor Henry?
Yes.
Counselor Deckard?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-1.
Great, we appreciate it.
We appreciate
Thank you
it.
very
Thank you very
much.
much.
Have a good night.
Thank you.
All right, next up is item F next up is the Aviation Department with item F.
Council, I move to approve the Aviation Department's request in Fund 4801-0000, Aviation Construction, the creation of account line 41104, vehicle purchase, and simultaneously transfer $5,000 from the services category to the capital category.
Second.
All right, welcome. We have Mr. Laverty here. Hello.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
At the January 27th council meeting, the department requested an additional appropriation to purchase an SRE dump truck for $5,000. The department has discovered this purchase must come from a capital asset line. Therefore, the department would like to set up 4801.41104 and do a transfer from 4801.30006. Pretty straightforward.
Sounds like it, but maybe some folks got questions.
Sure.
So I will look to see if we got some questions for Mr. Laverty. And yes, Councilor Deckard.
I don't have any question about this, but I think the elephant in the room is what you have been through, and I'm sorry about that, but if you wanted to say anything about it, I would love to hear more about that than this transfer, which seems appropriate.
Yeah, sure. Do you want to do it now or after my second item? Or?
Whatever you want, because you've had the week, not me.
Yeah, let's talk about it here after item G. I figured we were going to get to that tonight.
Okay.
All right. Yes, Councilor Hawk.
Yes, as a reminder, this is coming from the construction fund, aviation and construction. So it is not a part of what we can use for other things that we're trying to save money for.
Yes, thank you. Councilor Hawk is always great for that reminder for me.
All right. And seeing no other questions or comments on this item, we will go to public comment. If there's public comment, you can come forward to the lectern here or raise your hand via Teams. And seeing none, may we please have a roll call vote?
This is a category transfer. You can do a voice vote.
Oh, that's right. Thank you. So all those in favor of this item signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. All right, motion carries. Next item, item G.
Council, I move to approve the Aviation Department's request in Fund 4801-0000, Aviation Construction, an additional appropriation of $35,000 in the services category.
Second.
Okay, what would you like to add to this item?
The department is seeking additional appropriation of $35,000 from the airport construction fund to make repairs on the aircraft rescue firefighting vehicle and 2 pieces of snow removal equipment. Already this year, we have a specialized airport rescue fire truck that's required by the FAA for some of the airlines, the airliners that we allow to operate in and out of the airport. And it's had some significant repairs required this year to keep it operational. That piece of equipment is already at approximately $25,000 in repairs, and that is something that we have to keep operational. So when we notice a problem with that truck, we have to just pick up the phone right away and make those phone calls, and it's not cheap. It's a specialized piece of equipment. So we're already at $25,000 there. And then for one of our runway snow blowers and one of our runway plows, we have some transmission issues, and these are really large pieces of equipment. And so it takes another specialized vendor to service that stuff as well. So on top of the $25,000 that we need for the fire truck, we'd like to appropriate $10,000 to make sure we have enough funds to make a repair to the snow removal equipment that we have.
Okay.
And again, this is the airport construction fund.
Okay. Any questions from this side from anybody? Yes, Councilor Hawk.
Yeah. Is this the fire truck that I remember that's almost new? It seems like it's almost new.
Time flies. It was 2019, and we had you in it in the 4th of July parade, I believe.
Right. It's a huge piece of equipment.
Yeah.
But you have to have it.
That's correct.
This isn't like you have a choice.
That is correct. And what we are looking for, we're looking for another one on the used market, maybe 10, 15 years old, that we can acquire secondhand, a pretty good rate to kind of have as a backup spare.
Right.
Because when this thing goes down, if charters cannot operate out of Bloomington. So this is a must-have.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Now would you like to speak on the interesting situation that happened last Thursday, also known as tornado?
Do you want to have a vote first?
Let's vote on this first.
Okay.
And the
I feel like I can do what I do because I sit in the seat. So I will listen to my colleagues here since everybody got all the things. And so I will move on to public comment. So if anybody has public comment on this item, you can come forward to the lectern here in the Nat U Hill room or raise your hand via Teams. And seeing none, maybe please have a roll call vote.
Counselor Fidel?
Yes.
Counselor Hogg?
Yes.
Counselor Wiltz?
Yes.
Counselor Henry?
Yes.
Counselor Deckard?
Yes.
Counselor Crossley?
Yes.
Counselor Iverson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimous.
Now would you like to say?
All right. Yeah, Thursday night, a little after 7 p.m., we had an EF2 tornado traverse airport property. It came right over from Cave Creek Road. There's several homes over there that received extensive damage, and just kind of traversed right across airport property northeast from the Cave Creek Road. It went right over the runway, didn't cause any airfield runway damage, but did destroy some hangars on the east side of the property. We're still assessing all of the damage that occurred at the airport. But we know, here's what we do know that we have damage. We have over 8,000 feet of wildlife fence destroyed. And this is a specialized fence too. It's not your typical chain link fence. It's 8 feet tall, has barbed wire on top, but then it goes, the chain link goes 3 feet underground as well to stop animals from burrowing. We had contractors out the very next day effecting repairs on that, but that's going to be ongoing for a very long time. We had about 2,000 feet of fence go out last year from those straight line winds that we had, and that took months. So for maybe approximately 2 miles of fence line, this is going to be a very long project just in the fence itself. We had 2 pole barns that were destroyed with everything that was inside of them. We had backup regulators for our airfield lighting system, spare signs and lights for the airfield, other maintenance-related equipment. We're still trying to kind of get an inventory of everything that was in those pole barns. We have a very large hangar that received extensive damage. It's the old Indiana University corporate hangar that we now use for transient aircraft. It has some very big, very heavy, like accordion style doors that shut laterally. They open and close they're on a roller system. One of those panels was blown in and landed on a plane that suffered minor damage, but it's still being assessed as far as that plane's damage. But that whole hangar door assembly was compromised. We had engineers looking at it yesterday that specialize in that type of system, and they basically said no one should really go in and out of that hangar until some emergency repairs can be effected. And then they also called out a structural engineer to make sure that this hangar is still square and is going to be worth saving. So their jury's still out on that hangar. We had another smaller box-style hangar, and the trusses on that were all pushed back, so that is unsafe at the moment. Our T hangars have minimal damage, but all of the gutters are destroyed on our T hangars. And those T hangars are kind of very long structures. We have 3 different rows of that, so it's actually a lot of gutter. We had several light poles, airport light poles destroyed, a significant amount of airfield and landside signage destroyed, missing, blown away. We had a bridge on the west side of the airport property that was actually picked up and thrown about 25 feet away from where it used to be. Multiple automated vehicle gates on our perimeter fence have been destroyed, and those are significantly expensive for just one vehicle gate. There's debris all over the airfield. The airfield is actually good, the runways, taxiways, but once you get away from the airfield and into the farm fields that we have and the trees, there's just a tremendous amount of debris everywhere. We're going to be cleaning that up for the rest of the year, if not longer. And we're kind of concerned a little bit too about the cleanup because it's sharp pieces of metal. And we've had offers from different organizations in the community to, come and clean up here and there, but we're a little bit concerned about accepting that help because of the potential hazards there could be with cuts and whatnot. There's a lot more damage also to other buildings all over the airport. I've just kind of given you a rundown of what the airport-owned property is. The BMG Jet Center received extensive damage. They had, half of their roof blown off. And they were describing to me what the engineers told them is going to be required to return that building to service. It's going to be an extensive repair for them as well. The Cook FBO received some damage, and they're looking at that themselves. So it's going to be a pretty long process for us to kind of clean up and get all of our buildings and equipment where they should be. So we plan on working with the insurance company. Started a claim with us on the day after. The adjuster should be on site tomorrow at noon. But we're looking at, I think the wind damage for our policy is about $150,000 deductible. But we may come and ask later on for some other creative ideas on how we can affect the cleanup, because I've only got a staff of 5 folks out there, and we've got a 1,300 acre property with debris all over it, and we're still trying to put a game plan together. We're going to ask the insurance company if they will fund any kind of cleanup, but I don't think that they will. Like a contractor to do debris cleanup, because when we had the issue last year with straight line winds, I think this question was raised then, and I don't think that they allowed anything for that. But we're going to ask again tomorrow. But that's what I'm kind of worried about, really, is just getting all of the debris cleaned up to a reasonable amount. Right now, there's still stuff all over the place. So, but operationally, there was only a 3-hour period where we didn't have lights. So the airfield itself never really closed. But from about 7:05 to about 10:30, we didn't have any lights for the airfield. But I can't say enough about how quickly our EMC crews got out there and restored power to the airport. I was really surprised at how quickly the service was restored. And the air traffic controller, who was in the tower that night, he took shelter for about 10, 15 minutes, and after that he went back to the station. So the airport really, a testament to the tower controllers and our maintenance crews and all of the private entities that are also at the airport. But we have operationally, we're doing pretty good.
I appreciate you giving that report on that. I was able to see the videos and the footage from when the tornado actually hit, and of course the damage done and the aftermath of it. So yes, and I know I reached out to you and said anything that we can do to try to figure this out. Let's try to figure this out together.
Yeah, I printed that email and I got it sitting on my desk. That's my IOU.
Whoops. All right. So, all right. I see Councilor Henry is waving his hand.
I think I'll be brief. I had and didn't plan for it. It was a lot windier than I thought. We'd be out there for a bit, but. Thank you for retelling that. And I think the news here about the insurance piece and the IOU that's now framed in gold at your office that we'll be looking at later. Are we concerned about the debris continuing to blow on the field? Are you having to do extra passes over the airfield to make sure that stuff's not keep blowing in at this point? Okay.
Yeah.
And I guess I'm not going to do emergency management on the fly, but I will call Jamie to see what could be done there. You're right to say that that's some specialized cleanup, and we don't want to create another emergency with people getting lacerations from trying to touch some of that stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do want to say something about the community here. Friday morning was a busy. Friday was a busy day for us, and my inbox was blowing up with a lot of requests for information, and same thing for my phone. The text messages, it was blowing up all day. But I'll be honest, the majority of those communications were from different individuals or different organizations in the Monroe County community offering their support one way or another. And at that time, I still wasn't ready, and we're still not ready to figure out how to accept all of that help and support, but it was very heartwarming and endearing and encouraging. Individuals and organizations that the airport never really even interacts with, and it was constant, and I was still getting some of those messages over the weekend, so that was really awesome.
Councilor Hawk.
I'm sure this is not at the top of your thought processes right now. You've got so much on your plate. But at some point, someone will have to look at loss of revenue and how that will affect your budget. And I'm not asking you to think about it right now. You've got too much on your plate. But something we have to keep in mind, that they count on this revenue for the leases and for the farm ground and for whatever. And so at some point in time, when you have time to think on that, then let us help you with what you need
Yes.
as best we can.
Yeah,
You've
and I
already heard we're broke, so.
Yeah, I heard all that. Yeah, I heard all that just a minute ago. But it is a conversation that we had today, and it's a conversation we intend to have with the insurance company if we're insured against loss, because all of that debris, there's fiberglass insulation all over these ag fields that we have, and we haven't spoken to the farmer yet, but that's going to be a significant issue, and so yeah, we are concerned about that loss of revenue.
Yeah. Any other questions? Yes, Councilor Vital.
Speaking of insurance, and you mentioned about it maybe not covering some of the things that you wanted, is there a way to reevaluate your policy to see if you can change something that might help with any future claims like that?
Yeah, that is something that we'll have to talk about, I think, with the commissioners. You know, they do this kind of countywide policy that we get lumped into. And so I think if we negotiate any kind of changes, we would probably have to work with the commissioner's office there. I know that there's some other companies that specialize in airport insurance. Maybe that's something, you know, that we could look at, entertain. But sure, yeah, there's probably some things that we could tweak. I'm not advocating for one thing at this time, but I definitely think it might be something worth taking a look at later on down the road.
Evaluate it and see what you might need for the future.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions or comments for Mr. Laverty on what just happened? Which is also really scary because this is only February. And so to be like, serious, like a tornado in February when we already not even like 1 year out of what we had last May is a little concerning. So that's also something to keep in mind as we see the dollar signs float and as you cash in on your IOU. So.
We had a tornado on Thursday, and then on Saturday, we were out there monitoring the snow conditions at the airport. And the tornado that we had in May was visible from, you know, did everybody, was everybody able to see the pictures that we collected? Okay, did you see, and you saw the video. So that same camera also captured the tornado in May.
Yep.
You know, so we're thinking about changing the name of the airport. I don't know.
Tornado.
Something about Tornado Alley in the name or something, but.
Can you monetize
Sign
the
me up.
videos somehow? Maybe, I don't know, revenue stream?
Yeah, we had Fox 59 out on Friday, and they were talking about, yeah, maybe we should put a camera on this tower also.
Well, if you do that, let me know, because I want to be a storm chaser so bad. Seriously. But we appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, moving back into the agenda here, we will start with the clerk's office with item H.
Council, I'm going to be combining items H and I into one motion. So I move to open for discussion and possible approval of the clerk's request to be exempt from the hiring freeze and be allowed to hire in Fund 1000-0001, County General Clerk, account line 12,000, Chief Deputy, and simultaneously create account line 16800, transitional temporary training, to allow for the crossover between the new and old chief deputy, and amend the 2026 salary ordinance to add the temporary transitional account line.
Second.
All right, we got a motion and a second, and we have our county clerk, Nicole Brown. And I see Ms. Turner King has something to say.
I wanted to interject real quick before Ms. Brown spoke to advise council. I do think that statutorily the clerk is allowed to appoint a chief deputy, and I wanted to make you aware of that statute.
Okay, we appreciate that. Thank you. Yes, Clerk Brown.
Good evening, Madam President and members of the council. As somebody just pointed out, I don't have anything nearly as exciting as what you just listened to. My effort to help last week was I stayed out of the way so as not to impede cleanup efforts. But it may please the council to know that I am not here this evening to ask for additional appropriations. My former chief deputy left to pursue another professional avenue, and I am requesting to fill that position. The clerk's office touches every other justice building office and justice agency. including some of the members that you heard from this evening, as well as, of course, overseeing elections. And so the being allowed to appoint a new chief deputy would offer me the opportunity to face the headwinds that are coming, not only with the courts and elections, but the move of Election Central to a new location, and I am respectfully requesting to fill that. Now, I'm not as good with the fiscal piece of it, so I asked Michelle if she would help me, but the county attorney explained it perfectly. We want to be able to pay out the previous chief deputy, but we understand we can't put two people in the same line, and so this would allow me to do that without asking for additional appropriations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, is there any questions or comments for the clerk? Yes, Counselor Deckard.
And Counselor, stop me if anything I say should not be something I say or she answer or whatever. Ms. Turner King. Is the present occupant in there now, and roughly for how long will they be in there? The current chief deputy.
She has left, but
left.
we still have to pay out. And I got some guidance from HR and direction from Kim Shell as to how to ask for what to do with that money, but she is not in the role at this time.
Okay. And the reason I asked that just was I was trying to figure out, are you looking for that? You're not looking for her to train the incoming person in that role?
No, sir.
Okay. Okay. That's what I misheard.
And I see Ms. Turner King has something.
To better clarify, I think what Clerk Brown is saying is that the current or the chief deputy who is departing is not physically in the office every day, but she is using out some vacation time before she's officially ending employment with Monroe County. So she's still in the position, but not there.
Yeah, right. And you want to fill it while she's got it?
I do.
Okay. All right.
And to clarify that, we are not allowed to pay two people out of that same line. So our only remedy is to use the temporary training line.
Okay. Yes, Counselor Hawk.
Yes, at what's the date when you think that the person who's leaving will be complete in all of her drawdown of her benefit time or whatever she's?
I'm not sure about that.
That's what we need to know.
Yeah.
So that we know what day she's going to, the new person would start. That way we're not paying two people out of the same line. It would be no different than if this chief deputy who's leaving was actually on vacation. There's no difference, just, if it's going to be another 2 weeks or a month, well, then that's how it just sits there and we'll pretend she's on vacation. I don't think there's anything in statute says that we have to replace immediately. And further, it says, when we saw the fiscal, it said 0 because they were going to transfer money up and down in that line. Well, that is still a cost to the county because we don't, every dime we spend out of each of those lines that we would not have to, that is money that goes in to operate next year.
So are we looking at how long?
Yeah, I'm trying to.
Okay.
And I don't think we ought to use that line because then you'd use it. There's not left.
Why don't we do this? Because we got some of the, as you all are trying to find this out, I'm going to recess for 5 minutes. So the time is 6:55. And we will come back promptly at 7 o'clock. So we'll recess for right now. I'm going to call this back into order. Took a little bit longer than 7:05 or 7 o'clock because we had some technical difficulties with folks' computers. And so before we recessed, we were trying to get information regarding the length of time this person still has. And so I'm going to look to Kim Shell and Ms. Turner King for this information.
After Michelle checked the available folders where that information might be, and I tried to reach out to Human Resources, but those efforts failed, so I don't think we have that information available for council.
Okay.
So we don't know what the last day is.
So she would have just earned some vacation time, and we believe that it's less than 3 weeks. So the overlap would be minuscule in that I hope to have someone appointed in the position by March 9th.
And our next meeting would be March 10th. So should we wait until that meeting?
I mean, some election things start up next week. I would rather not if it pleased the council. I think the overlap would be very small. Sorry, very small.
Yes, Councilor Wiltz.
Could we separate the item, approve the hiring so that she can advertise, interview, get that together, paperwork, and let the person know that we will be meeting again on the 10th. They can start shortly thereafter, pending, if there's still an overlap. Or start once the term of the previous person ends. But if we can separate the two so that we can just approve the hire with the understanding that you can't really pay them yet.
So essentially what we could do is we could separate H&I, have a separate thing for H and table I until our March 10th meeting.
Yes.
Okay. Yes, Councilor Decker.
And I believed what Molly Turner King said is the clerk is a constitutional elected official. The H is just us being nice, but that's her right to do anyway.
Yeah, correct.
Okay.
So, sorry, is there an official motion?
No, we're
to
still
separate?
we're in a process. So I'm gonna go to Councilor Henry, and then I'll circle back to Vital.
And so I guess that's where when I saw it listed as training, I had a different idea of what this was, and now I understand this better. But yeah, because the incumbent is still in place, there is not technically a end of service yet. So by calling it a training position, it's not that we're training the person. I mean, we're creating a space here, and there's no dollar amount associated other than in-house transfer. So I'm presuming if we were to do this, it's the pay. What we're paying the person is their rate as chief deputy clerk coming in, right? And that dollar amount's of course not here for us to contemplate because you're using in-house transfer. Okay. No, I concur with the idea of of dividing the question here, just because the person's still in the job. I know it's tight to the election. I'm glad to hear that the chief deputy would be put to work on the election once they are brought on, because I think I heard that correctly. So yeah, I would agree with the idea of dividing the question and hopefully getting this passed on the 10th.
Yep. Yeah. I'll go to Vital, and then I'll go back to Iverson next.
So I heard you talk about the vacation payout, right? And so I don't remember, have all the policies memorized. So is there a payout for sick time or any other payouts?
You don't get paid out for sick.
None of that, okay. So that would be the only payout, would be for the vacation?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
Not really a payout if someone's taking the vacation, though. So
Right,
that,
there won't be a lump sum payout. She's using the vacation time.
Okay.
yeah.
We still owe her money for her vacation.
So I'm gonna bring it back here and then, yes.
Well, that was a clarifying question, because, I mean, gosh, this is so in the weeds, but the person's drawing on vacation pay because they're still on benefits for the county. They're not, they're cashing out their vacation and leaving,
Correct.
right, okay.
That's what
Right.
it sounds like, yeah.
Okay, Counselor Iverson?
Council, I move to divide the question between items H and I.
Second.
Second.
All right, we got a motion and various seconds. Is there any further question from council? Counselor Hawk, did you have a question on this?
Well, I don't know, now that they've called the question that I can ask this, let's go ahead and vote. But I want to discuss the second part of the question. why I think that's
and
wrong.
we're dividing that, and that's where we can go. Okay, so if there is no further question or comment on this, all those in favor of dividing the question signify, or separating H and I signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Okay, motion carries. All right, so we'll go with the first part here with the request to fill a vacancy. Any other further questions or comments from council on that? All right, seeing none, we'll go to public comment. If there's public comment on this item, you can come forward to the lectern here in the Nat U Hill Room or raise your hand via Teams. And seeing none, may we please have a roll call vote?
Counselor Hawk?
And this is just to separate the question, correct?
No.
No,
Yeah.
they've already done that. This is to,
H. This is to allow the clerk to hire for the chief deputy.
But are we going to give how are we going to give her the time frame? Are we going to do it as Councilmember Wiltz said?
Well, this
Don't
is
we
just
have to, because if the hire date is tomorrow, there will be no money to pay it.
Well, that's with the next, where the item I can come in, and that's where we can discuss that. But this motion right now is to give the clerk approval to go ahead and start the process for the chief deputy.
Or a hire at a later date,
Point of information?
Yes.
not tomorrow.
Counselor Decker,
I
yes.
think it's moot because H is just ceremonial anyway. It's us saying the clerk is the constitutional officer that hires a chief deputy as the Indiana law allows. I'm trying to summarize that. So H is like, if we said no, she still retains that. The timing in the second part, that is kind of more of the detail.
Correct. So can we please still, yes.
I think to clarify the timing issue, I think H is ceremonial. The clerk does have the statutory authority to appoint her chief deputy. The timing bit of it comes in with the fact that two people can't be paid out of that same line. So until that line is vacated, someone else wouldn't be able to be hired in and paid from it.
Right.
Which is why that is separated, because we'll move on to I. So can we please finish with the roll call vote?
Hawk?
Oh, yes.
Counselor Wiltz?
Yes.
Counselor Henry?
Yes.
Counselor Deckard?
Yes.
Counselor Crossley?
Yes.
Counselor Iverson?
Yes.
Counselor Feidel?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimous.
Okay, thank you. Now we go to the second half of this, which is item I. So, look to Counselor Wiltz, since you had mentioned.
So item I currently asking for a temporary training line to be instated and then used to pay a new chief deputy should that person be hired prior to the current chief deputy's term ending. And we do not know the end date, which is what we were trying to find out, is like, what are we talking about here? It sounds like it might be really small, but it sounded like it might be a hurdle for council to wrap their heads around. So I wanted to separate it so that we could support you in moving forward. And then maybe we want to table this until the 10th?
So
just so we know what we need. Like, I mean, if we come back on the 10th and you're like, it's a moot point, never mind. You know, her vacation ended yesterday and I'm hiring the guy tomorrow or whatnot. Great. If you come back and you say, hey, there's a whole other week, I've got the person lined up, they've agreed, can we start them before the end of this? And it's, you know, then we could vote on that.
Does it help you to know that I do have someone lined up?
Maybe, I don't know.
And if I can, just, you know, in the spirit of no good deed going unpunished, I wanted to make sure she left with what she had earned during her service. I reached out to HR for guidance. That was the guidance that I was given to do what I've done today, and that Ms. Shell would help me to explain it. So there is a precedent for having done this in the past, because I wouldn't have known how to do it.
I don't know that we've used it this way, but I think I get why it was suggested. It allows you to do this.
Yeah, so I was following the guidance that
absolutely.
I was given,
I get
and
it.
this person is ready, willing, and able to start on March 9th.
But we don't know how long the overlap would be.
That's the question. Right. Okay. I thought I heard and saw some other questions or comments from this side of council. Yes, Councilor Decker.
I looked at the packet. My original email said that and I think this is where I got confused, that the position would go, am I looking at the wrong, I'm sorry here. Now, here we go. That the position would be vacant on the 23rd, which was yesterday. And I guess my question is it possible for the leaving chief deputy to do this week as part of that, and then that would, it would get, since there's not a cross-training purpose, and you're trying to honor some of the time that this person has, let them finish off this week, start the next person on the 9th, and then we kind of take care of this. I don't know how long that kind of window of days is out there, and that makes me a little hesitant in some ways, unless somebody can kind of convince me otherwise, just to have it kind of ongoing forever without a different plan.
And then there's the concern of paying two people at the same time when we are telling most people, hey, be really tight with the budget.
Okay, so because we, this is the one thing, again, we just heard this evening, and we were trying to be very mindful of what we are doing in terms of tightening our budget and whatnot. And I think that maybe as a compromise, could, because you have the green light, and statutorily you also had it too, to have this person in mind, and then come back the very next day on the 10th, and let's just, that shouldn't be a very long, that meeting there should just be a quick, once we can gather information and figure out when this person is officially done and have moved on. Because I can see the concern that everybody has in terms of paying somebody out of that same line at the same time for that. And I think we've not done that, and that gets a little tricky. So because you have the 9th, or this person can, go, but then we have the 10th, which is the very next day. Could you?
I will be returning from the Southern District Clerks Spring Conference on the 10th. I mean, typically it lets out or by 4 o'clock, and it's in Terre Haute. I expect that I would be back by 5. I'm not,
Well, could you attend virtually for us? Or, and maybe not necessarily you, perhaps somebody from our office, and we've done this before, where if you're not here, that should allow for somebody else to be able to give that clarifying point that we're all asking for in terms of when is this person vacated. So if you can't be here, then I would look to staff to see if we can get that clarifying point in your stead.
Okay, so, and that piece would be fine. I guess the only other piece that I would be wondering is if we learn tomorrow after speaking with HR that it's sooner rather than later, and I'd like that person to start on the 9th. Do I have options to start? If that's not an issue, if the crossing is not an issue.
Yeah, we just approved going ahead and hiring, sorry.
Yes.
I think you would be
Plus,
able to.
if it's vacant, to me, the Constitution making you a constitutional officer, it is your ability to say, I have a new chief deputy when it is vacant. So, I mean, literally right now, if the current walked in here and said, I'm done, I think we would have to honor whoever you say, however HR would figure out the next starting day.
So,
Because it is as I understand it, you have to start them at the beginning of a pay period. That's
Not necessarily.
No. Do you?
No, my understanding is employee service doesn't want you transferring people from a position to a position mid-payroll, but you can start a new employee anytime.
So, Ms. Turner King, so to clarify this, to Councilor Decker's point, if we end up tabling the second part to March 10th in 2 weeks, and say, for example, we hear somebody say, like, this person at the end of the week is done, and we've already given her the green light, and statutorily she already has that in her purview, does she need to come back for the tabled item if this person vacates earlier than March 10th?
I just got a text that her last day is the 27th. Does that help you today?
I think we should probably confirm. Yeah, I think we need to confirm with HR just to make sure everything is all clear.
And I'm happy to confirm that tomorrow. I think that the return to a council meeting on the 10th only is necessary if the leaving chief's deputies last day is after March 9th, which is when the new person has committed to being able to start. If her last day is indeed the 27th, then you're clear.
Okay, I'm sorry. I got a qualifying text that it is March 27th.
So then I'm going to ask for this. So it sounds like that is opening up a can of worms. And so we need to get with HR and employee services to figure out when this is, because this is becoming a little sticky. And so I'm going to say, council, if we don't have any objections, I would like to table item I until March 10th so that we can get clarifying question or clarifying response.
Second.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. And again, if that means, if we get clarifying response that says, if we check with employee services and they say that, actually this person is done as of February 27th, then the tabling is moot and then you can go about it. However, that's something that we need to take up on. All right. So is there any other further questions or comments on council for tabling this decision? Okay. So all those in favor of tabling item I until March 10th signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Okay, thank you. Motion carries. All right, next up, we got item J.
Council, I move to open for discussion and approval of the clerk's request to be exempt from the hiring freeze and be allowed to hire in Fund 1215-0062 Election Fund Election Board, the 473 positions as outlined on the agenda.
Second.
Okay. And we still have the clerk and we have Ms. Ferris here. Hello.
Hello. So I want to tell you, I'm a little bit embarrassed. The last hiring freeze that I remember, which would have been during the pandemic, we were still able to hire poll workers. And so just like a recent elected official came and told you that it did not occur to them that they would not be able to pay an intern and considered them employees, it never occurred to me that the hiring freeze froze out our poll workers. And so tonight we're here, obviously, to be able to navigate the election. We will need our invaluable early absentee and election day poll workers. And so we are asking to be able to hire those people, and we need them as soon as next week.
Yeah, so a couple of these, the absentee worker B, on there it shows that there are absentee worker C, there's 8 individuals. 4 of those generally would start March 3rd. That's where they've started in the past, so they should have been starting next week on Tuesday. These are all the individuals who process the applications for vote by mail, military overseas, and the first round of ballots of anybody who had filed an application as of December 1st until March 21st have to be out by March 21st. So those 4 for sure, I'm gonna have to try to get in as quickly as possible in order for us to meet that deadline. But then also looking at this, I noticed on poll worker B that number 4 for total is my minimum. So questioning on how, if I need backups, what will that process look like as well?
Yes, Councilor Henry.
Thank you. And thank you for bringing this one back. I got to say, this isn't directed at you. This is more into the ether, and hopefully it hits the right office in the building. This is the 4th time this cycle, right, that we've had a conversation about temporary workers in the county that are getting jammed up in our HR process. So it was the treasurer, it was the parks, it was the courts, and now it's you all with elections. And that's the process change, right? This is something that's affecting yet another temporary hire. So when these folks are hired by you all for the primary, are you going to have to fire them and rehire them for the general election at this point?
Yeah, so we'll have to terminate between the primary and the general, and we'll have to go through the process of the paperwork again.
So, and then are you hearing from those poll workers like some frustration? Or are we concerned about filling out W-2s and then we're going to be doing a lot of paperwork? This is a lot of paperwork that I'm looking at here.
Yeah, we've had some back and forth on this. Another thing that is starting to concern them as well is the background checks through the process of the hiring as well.
So we're waiting on background checks for people to work a few hours.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Ms. Turner-King, can you walk me through one more time why we're going through this process again with the HR?
And actually, I'm going to do a point of order because this was something that I had asked because I know that was a concern that the clerk had. And I had reached out to E from Employee Services, and I can read for the record what was sent to me. And it says, when a full or part-time employee leaves employment, we terminate them in payroll and all systems after their final paycheck. Election workers and part-time property tax employees in the treasurer's office are the only workers that have fixed spring and fall employment periods, meaning we keep them active during that brief time between periods and remove them from payroll at the end of the year. So we should only have to go through this hiring process once if they request enough to cover both spring and fall. Based on those prior challenges, terming these employees at the end of the year helps us avoid all costly mistakes.
Okay, so
technically, they could do, we could get through our primary right now with hiring for primary, and if I'm working primary and I want to work in general, I get to stay dormant, and then at the end of the year, we can be termed out.
Right,
Is that my understanding?
That is also my understanding from HR.
I guess that's some good news tonight. I'll just scream into the ether about the other ones then. I just had two other questions here, or one's a comment. I want to thank Ms. Ferris for giving me a little nickel tour of the current state of things in voter registration and sort of where things are heading in the Showers building. I want to just say, having served on the election board as a president, I have a lot of concerns about what I saw. And I would encourage fellow colleagues to go tour the current state of things in voter registration. Some of the things that got my attention were the fact that I did not see a secure space. There was cabinetry that's not secure, that you have boxes everywhere. Also the fact that we don't have phone lines in that space. So as a result, people will be calling cell phones to try to get information during voting when we used to just transfer phone numbers. Can you maybe walk through the impact on these people that we're hiring, on what that's going to look like upstairs for you all? I think it's important to get into space.
Would you rather?
You're fine.
You know, this is a sore spot for me. Some of you may recall a council, or not a council, pardon me, commissioner meeting last year where I was given one opportunity to weigh in on the space that we were being given in the Showers building. At the time, of course, the variables were a bit different in that you were talking about building a new justice complex. And so I had been hopeful, not only looking at current, but future, the future needs of the clerk's office, to be able to look at more spaces. I was told this is the space that you have. We have weighed in with our concerns. I have mentioned accessibility concerns for some of the older people who have to navigate those stairs because we're not fully on the first floor. We meet regularly with Mr. Kreider, who gives us updates. I never ever believed that the deadline was a true deadline. I've never seen anything finish, any construction finish when you say it's going to be finished, unless there's a financial incentive to do so. And I know good, as my grandmother would have said, good and teen well, that the council is not paying financial incentives to get us in this space early. So, you know, I've said to other incarnations of the council, we make it work with what you give us. That's what we do. That doesn't mean that it's in the best interest of the people that we ask to come and work for us. So if there is something that can be done to make it easier for my staff to get our people in and make sure they're comfortable and able to do the work, I would welcome that. Is that a fair
That's
response?
fair, and I know Mr. Iverson and I have been, indisposed over the past week, but I would encourage all the members to take a look at what's going on there. You're going to be in the upstairs space through the primary, is that right?
Yeah, as of right now, we're looking at being in the upstairs space through June. We've been working with Kreider to see if there's a possibility of us being in the downstairs space on Election Day. But right now it's kind of a back and forth on trying to figure out how things are going to go furniture-wise, and just trying to get some of the final details squared away. The phone line is one of the biggest issues right now, just because of the amount of calls that we've had coming in within the past couple of weeks. We have myself and our two full-time employees have county cell phones that are being transferred from the current lines that were voter registration. And if it is multiple callers coming in at one time, it's going straight to a voicemail instead of going to an answering machine. And so then they're just assuming it's a number that was not connected to the county.
One more question then. And it is related to this is all related because these people are going to be working in this space, right? Do you have complete access to the whole floor that you were given, or has there been square footage that's been held back? Like, are you able to use all the suite at this point, or is it being
Bottom or
used?
top?
The top, like.
So part of it we do have access to. The other part we don't currently.
Last thing, the precinct sheriffs, is that new this year? Can you walk through it? I thought there was maybe this is an account line item. Are there any new positions listed here from the last election cycle?
I think it's courier line, and that's the one that we are also on the agenda for tonight.
Okay.
That's not a new, I mean, we've always had couriers, we just
haven't filled.
I'm sorry?
You haven't filled them before? Or
We have.
Oh, have,
It,
okay.
it was in the same line as travel board because they were essentially doing the same things.
Thank you for that. That's all, Madam President.
Thank you. Yes, Counselor Deckert.
I want to go back to the phones that Counselor Henry raised. Have you been given an estimate on phone lines when that will be remedied?
No, in the upstairs space, we're running off of some splits that they put in for temporary, just because they know that we're going to be there temporarily. I'm still waiting on some communication about some extra computers for the lead staff as well.
Okay. Well, just based on what past issues have been, when all these people start filing in there, that's going to be a headache. So whoever in either land, as I said, is listening to this that might have authority on this, and I think we can follow up too, that is a logistical nightmare of one kind and another, and particularly as the election, which is what you all do for a living, starts to become its thing. It won't make life any easier for anybody, let alone the public. So anything we could do on that one would be one in the ether that would help tremendously.
And I do want to add that in the 2024 election, we had 10 phone lines. All of these phones answered to the same line, so anybody in the office could pick up that line at any time. And so we're going from 10 to having 3, and 2 of them are posted on the county website, and the third one is my desk number that not a lot of people call very often. They normally were transferred to my line, so that's another instance of where we're having to go get the other cell phone instead of being able to be transferred.
And as I understood you, it's calls, a lot of calls now. We're getting a lot of calls asking about the SAVE Act. We're getting a lot of calls as we're ready to, prepare for early voting in elections. And so a lot of calls are going to voicemail that would otherwise not have.
Correct.
So the only other question that I have, because I thought in preparing for tonight, seeing this number and seeing some previous numbers for all of these positions, is this for both primary and general, or is this for just primary?
This is primary.
This is just primary.
Okay.
And I will say that a couple of these spots we will be getting pretty close to what we'll need, and that's why I was kind of questioning about for backups, because on election day, up until like the hour before we're opening, we're still replacing people who have called in or just didn't show up at all to a polling location.
Other questions or comments from council on this item? Yes, Councilor Wiltz.
So I'm in no position to impede your ability to make these hires. So that's not what this question is about at all. I am really just curious about what these positions represent, because it only comes up for me, maybe once a year, but less, so bear with me. But the inspectors, you have 28 of those, and that is on election day, and it looks like you probably have one-ish per precinct?
So it's 1 per precinct. They are the manager of the poll. So that is the main individual who's contacting our office. So if there's an issue, they call us instead of it being all of the individuals at each polling location trying to contact our office.
Makes sense. And so you have 28 listed. You said you were anticipating 22?
The election board moved forward with 28 polling locations.
Okay, awesome. Okay.
You're welcome.
Yeah. So then judges, you probably have to have 2, 1 from each party then.
Yeah, so it's a minimum of 2. Some of the polling locations will have 4 based on the number of registered voters that will be going to that precinct.
Okay. Everyone else just bored to tears because I need my civics lesson.
That was good. That was good.
Sorry. So then you have the sheriffs, looks like 1 per, but it's still at 22, not 28. Why?
Yeah, so some of the locations will not have any sheriffs whatsoever. We generally only use them in the general, but we have looked at potentially having some during the primary. Like I said, they help with the flow. They go out if the inspector, at 3 times the day, the sheriff will go outside and count how many people's in line, and we have to have that reported back to us. So they really help with like filling in different roles when people are taking breaks, making sure that the poll's running smoothly, helping whenever there's a backup somewhere, just making sure that we're getting things processed pretty quickly.
Okay, but not every polling place
We'll have one.
So Burgoon don't need no sheriff.
Yep.
Very small. They
That's
take great care of themselves. Burgoon.
Again.
I would want that job just so I could be sheriff for the day, right? I mean, that's
Yeah.
the one you want.
It's a fun job.
And then you have a lot of clerks / student workers, and that's day of election, and those are the folks that are just doing all the work, right?
Those
Like,
are the
when you
folks
go
that
in
are
there.
checking every individual in as they're coming in to vote. So those poll books that are at the front,
Yeah.
we have to have a bipartisan team at each one of those. So depending on the size of the location, how many registered voters are each one, I think the smallest one we have Burgoon has 2 poll books. The second one is a backup. The first one is the only one that they really use. And then St. John's in Ellettsville is our largest location, and they normally have about 14 clerks there.
Okay. Wow. All right, and then we have craziness. We have 90 absentee worker A's.
Yes, so those are going to be, again, your check-in, your printers. They are the main bulk of processing individuals in and out. They also take care of checkout. So if you go to early voting, they check you in at the poll books, they print your ballot, or they're checking you out at the end of the day.
And they're going to be paid hourly now after we kind of made the thing a few years ago. Okay. Absentee boards.
The counters are on election day. They are the individuals who open up the absentee early voting ballots and separate the envelope from the ballot itself for the ballots to be processed and counted.
Can somebody be more than one of these positions if, like, there's an election day one and then there's a...
So you could work at early voting as a absentee A, B, or C and work on election day, but the absentee counters are on election day, so they would not be able to hold more than one of those.
Cool. And then B and C.
Absentee B is going to be travel board and reconcilers. We generally have 1 to 2 teams for the travel board, and then we have 2 reconcilers that are at early voting every day, and they come in and reconcile the ballots from the day before. They're the ones that organize the ballots in alphabetical order by precinct, by date, and ensure that every ballot is accounted for.
Okay. And C.
C are the leads. So we have 4 at early voting, 4 in the office at voter registration. The 4 at early voting are essentially your inspectors on election day. They're the manager of the early voting location and really are the main communication back and forth between our office and their down at early voting if they need help with anything or if they're running out of something. And then the 4 that are in our office take care of mail-in ballots, military overseas, voters with print disability, getting together the travel board individuals to go out and processing applications.
Okay, and so then you have 2 people who are recruiters, and my understanding from the note on the page in our packet is that those folks are working about 5.5 weeks ahead of election day.
Yeah, so generally they would normally start around the 2nd week to the 3rd week of March, and then they would work all the way up until election day. They are the ones who will be calling the individuals if they don't show up to a polling location and replacing them out for us. That takes a lot of stress off of our office on election day, but we do sometimes still get those calls and then have to communicate with the recruiters themselves.
Why are they paid daily instead of hourly?
Because they get paid, whether they make 1 call or 100 calls, they get paid a daily rate. Now, they're given the number of positions that need to be filled, and some of them, even like we've had recruiters that say while they were waiting for Easter dinner to be prepared, they were making calls.
I see. So it's almost like having them on call.
Yeah.
Yeah, as long as the positions get filled.
Yeah, so if they get a phone call, they're supposed to take it, because generally it is one of the individuals who's wanting to work. I do know that last year I actually had one of our recruiters send me a text message at 3 a.m. saying they just got off the phone with somebody. So they are constantly working around the clock.
Okay. Right. And then I know what a courier does.
Yep.
Because I've seen those folks zooming up when I've been outside. Okay, that's everybody. I appreciate you going through each of them with me.
Okay. Are there any other questions or comments on this item? All right, and seeing none, I'd like to go to public comment. Raise your hand via Teams or come forward to the lectern here in the Nat U Hill room. And seeing none, may we please have a roll call vote?
Counselor Henry,
Yes.
Counselor Deckard,
Yes.
Counselor Cross,
Yes.
Counselor Iverson,
Yes.
Counselor Feidel,
Yes.
Counselor Hawk,
Yes.
Counselor Wiltz.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimous.
All right, next up is item K.
Council, I move to approve the clerk's request in Fund 1215-0062, Election Fund Election Board, the creation of account line 17512, Election Board Couriers.
Second.
All right, we got a motion and a second on this item. Seems like we have to do this because of what we just did in the previous item, but if you have anything else to add, please do.
So, I mean, this is one where someone higher than me, we had them in the same lines in previous years because they did the same thing, traveling, getting the different things to where they needed to be. And someone decided that the couriers had to be delineated from the travel board. And so we didn't know what we didn't know. And so we're not asking for additional money. We're just asking to be able to pay couriers and travel board.
All right, seems self-explanatory, but I'll look to council colleagues to see if anybody has any questions or comments. All right, seeing none, we'll go to public comment. You can come forward to the lectern here or raise your hand via Teams.
I just want to also say that this is just for the creation of the line. It is already in the salary ordinance, so we don't have to add it to the salary ordinance.
Right, okay. And seeing none, because this is a creation of a line and all of us are present here, we can do a voice vote. So all those in favor of approving this account line signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Okay, motion carries.
We have a question before we go.
So on item J, I'm not sure that I got clarification on if we go over the numbers that were on here, do we need to come back or?
How much more do you think you need?
Well, the absentee B line, I'm definitely going to more than likely need to come back because we only put down 4 on that line. And if we have a team for travel board and a team for reconcilers for during early voting, then we might need an additional travel board team if we have a high number of travel board requests.
So, Madam President, when you and I spoke and, we were talking about primary and general versus just primary and just general, I wanted to have that wiggle room if we needed more people to be able to pull them in without having to come back. And I don't think we're talking about a significant number.
No, so in 2024, the primary, we ended up with, I think it was 2 or 3 teams that were going out at one time for travel board just because of the vast difference of directions. We had one team that was in Indianapolis, one team that was in Anderson, and another team that was down south towards Lexington.
Okay.
You go that far?
If somebody's out of town and they're in a hospital and the election board approves it, they can go to that far.
We stopped short of Chicago. We did deny that one because that's all that team would have done all day. But we have people who get in car wrecks or, have an unexpected emergency surgery. You'd be surprised.
If it's out of state, we generally
I literally just heard the story today that Charlotte Zitlow asked for a ballot the day before she died.
So, okay, I'm gonna go to Counselor, because we just got done, and we need to really kind of keep moving on the agenda here. Counselor Decker.
I withdraw. No comment.
Okay. I would think you would need to come back because we approved what we have here. Is that?
I think that would be correct.
Okay.
If they're going to need more than what was just approved, there'd have to be
That's what I thought.
a
Okay.
subsequent request.
Okay, so it sounds like you'll need to come back if you need more.
Sounds good.
Okay, all right. Well,
No, I was thinking, have we missed the window if she wanted to come back on the 10th?
You can get with Kim Chill, and if needed, that could be added.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, moving along here, I will go to L, which is from the Highway Department.
Council, I move to approve the Highway Department's request in Fund 1135-0000, cumulative bridge, and an additional appropriation of $42,000 in the services category.
Second.
Okay, and we got a motion and a second, and I think Miss Ridge is online, so her hand is raised. You should be able to unmute and go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. This is pretty straightforward. I was contacted by NDOT last fall about taking over 100% of the responsibility for the right-of-way on this project. So I agreed to that. It's kind of our relationship of a give and take. So I'm just needing to request that additional appropriation.
All right, thank you for that. Council, looking to everybody to see if anybody has any questions or comments on this item for Ms. Ridge. All right. And seeing none, we'll go to public comment. If there's public comment, raise your hand via Teams or come here to the podium. And seeing none, may we please have a roll call vote?
Counselor Crossley?
Yes.
Counselor Iverson?
Yes.
Counselor Feidel?
Yes.
Noting for the record that Counselor Hawk has left the meeting. Counselor Wiltz?
Yes.
Counselor Henry?
Yes.
Counselor Deckard?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimous, 6-0.
Okay, next up is item M.
Council, I move to approve the Highway Department's request in Fund 1176-0000, Motor Vehicle Highway, an additional appropriation of $100,000 in the personnel category and $30,000 in the services category for a total appropriation of $130,000.
Second.
All right, we got a motion and a second. What can you tell us about this, Ms. Ridge?
I think you know why I'm asking for overtime at this time of year. We usually do typically come in and ask for an additional throughout the year. If we don't, I don't think we used all of our additional last year when we came in. We try and use it wisely, but when we had the big snowstorm in January and then a tornado last week, we just want to be prepared with the upcoming spring storms, that we are prepared if need be to pay our employees if they need to work overtime.
Thank you. All right. And fingers crossed.
On the insurance.
Yep.
We're just given an estimate. I think we increased it by 10%, but our insurance was a little bit more than that. So that's what that's for.
Okay. And hopefully no major storms anytime soon.
We hope not.
Yes, fingers crossed. All right, Councilor Deckard.
Lisa, I know that we had texted a little bit night of, but with that proximity to the airport, was the highway garage largely okay, or were there issues there?
Actually, we saw no damage at the garage. I did not go out there because I live by the airport, so I was at home dealing with my own issues. But we did have a crew out. Toby was out the entire evening checking the facility, and being available with our crews for whatever help was needed. I think they stayed out till midnight. Then we sent all the crews out the next day, going to the troubled areas, making sure that if we needed to move trees in the roadway or whatever, a lot of times we have to wait for the utility services to remove the lines out of the trees. So yeah, luckily the garage facility was not touched.
All right. Are there any other questions or comments from council on this item? Seeing none, we'll move on to public comment. If there's public comment, you can raise your hand via Teams or come forward to the lectern in the room. And seeing none, may we please have a roll call vote?
Counselor Iverson?
Yes.
Counselor Fidel?
Yes.
Counselor Wiltz?
Yes.
Counselor Henry?
Yes.
Counselor Deckard?
Yes.
Counselor Crossley?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimous 6-0.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Ridge. All right. Next up, we are going to items from the Health Department with item N.
Council, I move to approve the Health Department's request in Fund 8111-9623 Local Public Health Services Grant. The creation of account line 10124 COVID-19 School Liaison and simultaneously transfer $17,539.39 from the supplies category and $63,075.61 from the services category for a total appropriation transfer of $80,615 into the personnel category.
Second.
All right. We got a motion and a second. Yes, Ms. Kelly.
So this is some old grant funding that we're continuing to spend down. We do have our public health nurse and school liaison that started with us just this week. So essentially, we're just trying to move these funds to cover those salary expenses.
Thank you for that. Any questions or comments from council on this item? All right. Seeing none, we'll go to public comment. You can raise your hand via Teams or come forward to the lectern. And seeing none, we can do a voice vote on this item since we all are in person. So all those in favor, rather, of approving this item as presented, signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. All right, motion carries. Next up is item O.
Council, I move to open for discussion and possible approval of the Health Department's request to be exempt from the hiring freeze and be allowed to hire in Fund 1161-9626 Local Public Health Services, account line 10177, Health Services Director position.
Second.
All right, Ms. Kelly?
So this is a request to be able to recruit and fill for the position of our Health Services Director. So this position is really important for overseeing the operations of our entire Health Services division. In addition, will serve as additional capacity with the services that are being provided, so vaccination services, health screenings, communicable disease investigations. This position does serve as our VFC coordinator, which is required for our vaccine program through the Indiana Department of Health. And since we currently do not have a position to do patient intake and answer the phone, schedule, and do billing, the thought was that this position would be really crucial for being able to cover those front office duties while the nurses are doing their day-to-day activities. So providing those vaccines, doing the health screenings, and the case investigations.
Okay. Questions or comments from council related to this item? Seeing none, we'll move on to public comment. If there's public comment, you can make your way to the podium here in the Nat U Hill Room or raise your hand via Teams. And seeing none, may we please have a roll call vote?
Counselor Wiltz?
Yes.
Counselor Henry?
Yes.
Counselor Deckard?
Yes.
Counselor Crossley? Counselor Iverson?
Yes.
Counselor Fidel?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimous 6-0.
Okay, thank you. Next up is item P.
Council, I move to approve the Health Department's request in Fund 9130-9626 Syringe Services Program Grant. the creation of account line 20011 other supplies, and simultaneously approve an additional appropriation of $25,000 in the supplies category.
Second.
All right.
So this is grant funding that the department has been receiving for many years. So this helps to support the purchase of the syringes that are used for the syringe service program and related supplies. There is a shorter period for using these funds just due to some of the changes that may be coming with the operation of the syringe service program. So we'll really just have to be diligently making sure that we can utilize these funds.
Yes, we'll look to council comment, or yes, and I already saw, almost did it again. Councilor Henry almost called you DGH.
That's fine. I sign my emails that way. It's a thing. No, thank you for that. So I think since probably this item got added to the agenda, and now my understanding is the General Assembly did pass to continue the syringe program at the state level. Is that your understanding? That have you heard about legislation moving in the past week that that program's continuing?
I've just heard about some of the changes that were being discussed.
And so I guess one question I have is, the program has a lot of merit, obviously, for reduction of spread of disease in the community. But then at the same time, we do have sharps that are left around town for a variety of reasons. Is there a programmatic opportunity to purchase drop boxes for sharps in public spaces here? Or is the department, I guess maybe another way of asking is, the department thought about how to reduce the risk or mitigate the syringes that are distributed but then do not get disposed of properly in the community?
Yes, so we do try to encourage providing containers and offering education to individuals. And individuals can come into the health department to get syringe containers, also at the Indiana Recovery Alliance. And I've also been speaking with our program coordinator recently about really ensuring that she is going out and doing those site visits when these services are actually being conducted. So are we following, the protocols about asking for the number of syringes and that an individual needs, and helping to, again, just encourage some of that education around that.
So those that are taking syringes from the program, they're known persons. Is that right? Are they, at least the providers or that are getting syringes for distribution, they're known to the county, is that right?
That are working the program?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, yeah, I mean, it's a gap that I know we've been trying to close for years in the community. I don't know if it's literally just buying drop box or red boxes and putting them on county property to encourage that. I know that's not related per se, but I'm just kind of curious about that piece of it, especially if the program has been renewed and we know it will be with us for a bit. So that's it.
I definitely think that's something that we can further explore, those additional opportunities.
Great, thank you.
Are there any other questions or comments on this item? Seeing none, I'll move on to public comment. If there's public comment, you can come forward to the lectern here, raise your hand via Teams. And seeing none, maybe please have a roll call vote.
Councilor Wiltz?
Yes.
Councilor Henry?
Yes.
Councilor Deckard?
Yes.
Councilor Cross?
Yes.
Councilor Iverson?
Yes.
Councilor Feidel?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you very much. Have a good night. All right, next up is item Q from the auditor's office.
Council, I move to open for discussion and possible approval of the auditor's request to be exempt from the hiring freeze and be allowed to hire in Fund 1000-0002 County General Auditor, the Accounts Payable Financial Administrator position.
Second.
All right, we got a motion and a second. I see Ms. Gregory is here.
Yes, thank you, Council. Okay, so I'd like to provide a little context regarding the claims position within my office and the operational necessity for maintaining both roles. So currently there are 2 claims positions, and both are essential to completing the weekly claims cycle. The full claims process requires approximately 1.5 to 1.75 full-time equivalents to complete accurately and on time. The process includes receiving claims from departments, auditing claims for accuracy and compliance, communicating and resolving corrective actions when needed, processing approved claims, printing checks, auditing printing checks, preparing docket reports for commissioners, and mailing or distributing checks following docket approval. So one position is dedicated 100% to claims processing. The second position dedicates approximately 50 to 75% of its time to claims, with the remaining responsibilities including assistance with GAAP and AFR reporting, which those are just 2 annual reports that we have to do, drafting and implementing financial policies and procedures, general auditing, and maintaining financial records. So not filling this position would create a significant bottleneck of the claims process and result in a lapse in internal controls. This would also limit our ability to continue strengthening financial oversight, policy development, and departmental partnerships. Ultimately, this would be a disservice to the county as a whole. So my team and I have made meaningful progress in tightening internal controls, improving processes, enhancing collaboration with departments on financial matters. However, we cannot sustain or build upon that progress with reduced staffing. I spoke to you earlier during department updates. Clearly, we have made great progress and are doing well, and I'm looking to you to allow that to continue. So, happy to answer questions.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, if I may, just one more note. This is actually, I'm coming to you with this request because I had requested to fill my internal auditor position last year at some point, and I did fill that successfully. However, because I filled it internally, I have enough, so I don't need the internal auditor role now, but I need this role, if that makes sense. So it's not really an additional ask, it's just this instead of that. With this request, I'm asking to fill any subsequent roles that become available if I do fill this internally.
All right, makes sense. Thank you very much. Looking to council to see if anybody has any questions or comments for the auditor on her request. And seeing none, I'll go to public comment on this item. If you have comment, you can come forward to the lectern here, or you can raise your hand via Teams. And seeing none, may we please have a roll call vote?
Counselor Henry,
Yes.
Counselor Deckard,
Yes.
Counselor Crossley,
Yes.
Counselor Iverson,
Yes.
Counselor Feidel,
Yes.
Counselor Wiltz.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimous.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, next up, we don't have any items for presentations or discussions, but we do have a couple of few remaining county council business items, which will start with item A.
Council, I move to open for discussion, possible approval of Resolution 2025-41A, amendment to the use of overtime, budget, and reporting.
Second.
Okay, and I'm going to look to Ms. Turner King for this item because the agenda tells me.
So I've displayed on the screen the draft, and what this draft does is amend the overtime resolution that was passed in September of last year to encompass the account line that was approved for the clerk's office at the last meeting. So the edits are in red, so it changes the title, and I've added A after the 41 to ensure that it's an amended version. And then under 1, it says, in addition to the departments listed above, the clerk's office will be provided an overtime line along with an appropriation in said line in the amount of $5,000 into fund, and it identifies the election fund for the stated use of administration of elections. Transfers into this overtime line is governed by Section 2 of this resolution, and Section 2 prohibits in-house transfers into the overtime line.
Okay.
Unless, without council approval, and it outlines the process to obtaining council approval. And then the only other change is at the end where we add the amendment date if adopted.
So this is just basically solidifying what we did way back when.
At the last meeting, correct?
Way back when.
It seems like a month ago.
February feels like it has 32 days in it right now. Okay. All right. Any questions or comments from council on this item? Seems like we all should remember what we did a few weeks ago. Yes, Councilor Deckard.
I appreciate this. This is sort of an editorial comment I'm just going to make because we're always talking about budget constraints and how do we reduce things. We are becoming, and this is not a critique of legal or anything, but we are becoming a very resolution-intensive county. And I would love to know the 91 other brother and sister counties out there, how many of them do as many resolutions as us? And the reason I say this is legal's got a lot of headaches and constraints. And I feel like they're always having to chase one resolution or another for us. And in this new, and no one does them better than Molly Turner King. She's like the resolution champ. But one of the first instincts, as I said to a fellow counselor earlier today, is we have a problem in the community. Let's go draw up a resolution, and perhaps we'll end this conflict that's happening across the globe. And I just think as we think about what we ask department heads to do with part-time hours, we may have to think about economies of scale on things like resolutions, when Ms. Turner King could be thinking of any number of things, and that maybe are more substance. I mean, as we were sitting here, several of us were going, is this that thing we did last time? So I just offer that. It's just an editorial comment about something we got to think about, because if the, FSG, if the buckle is tightening on all spending, we have to think about how long we leave the people up in CATS up there, how the demands on them, demands on TSD, demands on all this tech that we have, other things that perhaps we've grown accustomed to but may not be able to. So I'll be quiet.
All right. Yes, Councilor Fido.
So I'm just asking a procedure question. So I see it's labeled 2025-41A. So how would someone who's looking at something we did in 2026 find this?
I left it as 2025-41A because I think it's easier to find the amendments to the original resolution than getting a new resolution order or number. So if I got a new number for this amendment, it's going to be like 2603. And then you have to reference back the previous document.
Right.
So there are two ways to do it. We can leave it the 2025 number, or in the future, I can just have you keep readopting a new resolution under a different number and then put language in there that says this is the current version, any previous versions is now repelled. It's really a council preference, but I think they're labeled pretty clearly as to what the resolution title is, so that if departments are looking on the P drive, or S drive actually, they can find the overtime resolution. And if any department's looking for it, they can easily reach out to myself or Kim for also guidance.
Yes, I was wondering more about how the timeline of it all, right? So if I'm thinking about what we did in whatever time period it was, and thinking about this one, how would I know it was done in 2026 when it actually is coded under 2025?
Oh, like, is there an as amended?
Is there a placeholder in 2026 that refers back to this? No.
So the at the end of the resolution, it's always going to have presented and the date that it was approved. So it'll have
I got
the
that.
2026 date.
But if you look at the whole chronology of resolutions for 2026, this will not show up, or am I incorrect?
It would not be in the list of 2026 resolutions.
That's what I'm asking.
Oh, well, I wonder if we could talk to Ms. Freeman, who maintains that list, and have her put 2025-41A approved on today's date on the list chronologically. I'm happy to have that conversation.
I would be very happy with that. Thank you.
I'm happy to have that conversation with her tomorrow.
Yes, Ms. Gregory.
I may just add, I believe she normally, it will be in the original, 2023 folder, but then she'll actually add it to the current folder as well, because it's like two versions. And I can confirm that, but that's my understanding.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other further questions or comments from council on this item? All right, seeing none, we'll go to public comment. If there's public comment, you can raise your hand via Teams, or you can come forward to the lectern here. And seeing none, may we please have a roll call vote?
Possible. Counselor Crossley,
Yes.
Counselor Iverson,
Yes.
Counselor Fidel,
Yes.
Counselor Will, Counselor Henry,
Yes.
Counselor Deckard.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimous, 6-0.
All right, thank you, and it's the moment folks have all been waiting for. All right, it is the next item, which is item B.
Council, I move to open for discussion and possible approval of Resolution 2026-02, renewing the Monroe County Council's commitment regarding a new jail facility.
Second.
All right, we got a motion and a second, and I'm gonna look to Ms. Turner King because I'm sure you will share on the screen there.
If I may, I'm trying to switch it between the last document and the next resolution. Okay. So just give me a second.
Great.
Oh, the resolution itself.
Okay, I'm now displaying this resolution. This is a resolution that I drafted based on the responses I got from council members regarding what you would like to see in this resolution. So in essence, this is a Frankenstein document piecing together the responses that I did get. What I did was I looked through the responses, and if there was a common theme among 2 of the responses, I wrote a whereas clause. Now, I recognize that 2 responses is not a majority, but I wanted to, if there was a reoccurring thought, I wanted to somehow incorporate it in the resolution. There was a version in the packet, but then after I was looking at this this morning, and with the help of Counselor Wiltz, there was some grammatical errors that my brain read differently, so I did correct those in red. The clause about how the exhibit is attached, but it doesn't have any context changes. So that's how this draft came about. I'm happy to edit accordingly based on discussion. Oh, do you really want me to read this into record? I mean, I'm happy. Okay. It is in the amended packet that was posted on Monday, but I'm happy to read this.
Make changes first.
Yeah, let's look at it first before we do that. I mean, we have it, it's posted, and so I know the biggest thing that folks were asking for is to have the resolution ahead of time to read it. And yep, so it's good. We're good. We're good. All right, so I'm gonna look to council colleagues to see. Yes, Counselor Seidel, and then I'll circle back.
So could the edited version be, the changes be highlighted verbally?
Yeah, usually that's what we do when we.
Oh, sorry.
No, that's fine. When Ms. Turner King is editing something that we are asking, like we'll see it in red in real time there.
Did she not have things already in red, or did I mistake that?
The things, I do have some things in red. These are the grammatical corrections.
Okay.
As the clause on how the exhibit A was attached was, half a thought, so I completed that.
Okay.
Is it just procedurally, do you want me to keep the resolution displayed, or do you want me to take down the resolution, make the edits so that the public viewing sees council, or do you want them to be looking at the document?
I think this is totally fine. I think the biggest thing is to have people read along as they are at home, and they can see our faces later. Okay, so I'm gonna, Yes.
And the only thing is, I would ask that is if anybody makes a motion, can we like complete that motion and do that and not have people talk one on top of the other? It makes it really hard to keep up with, in the notes, so, and with,
yes.
Just a suggestion procedurally, we could just go where, like, clause by clause, and I can say, like, the first whereas clause, is there any issues or edits, and then that might structure the conversation.
Yep. All right. No objections there? Or-
Nope, I put my hand down.
Okay.
Okay.
So, did you have?
No, I agree with this approach. Let's do this. This could take all night, and I think we should do it this way.
Okay. So the first whereas clause just acknowledges the statutory responsibility of the councils. Is there any proposed amendments to that whereas clause?
No.
No. Okay. The second whereas clause also further elaborates on council responsibilities as it pertains to adopting the annual budget, fixing tax rates, and appropriating public funds. Any proposed amendments? I'm not seeing any, so I'm going to keep moving. The third whereas clause, maybe I can count, relates to the private settlement agreement in Richardson versus Moore. It is in part reads that in part states what that case requires. It acknowledges that it's been extended multiple times and that is currently extended till April 15th of 2026. Any thoughts? Okay, seeing no head shakes, so we'll keep moving. Fourth, it acknowledges in 2024 a purchase agreement was brought to the council for a property referred as North Park, and that was voted down in 2025. Yes, Well, I think Mr. Henry has a comment, but I don't know that I should recognize him, President.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Well, I took the wheel there.
Yes.
Thank you, Councilor Turner.
Sorry.
It's a comment more than an edit.
Okay.
Yeah, it has been a subject in joint meetings with the Board of Commissioners that they're looking for qualifications as to the why of that vote. I would just say that I find this phrase to be sufficient because we only went to about midnight that night discussing the various whys of different members of the body as to their objection to moving forward with that. So I'm fine with leaving it. I just want to I'm just kind of curious of the sentiments of others that if we need to qualify this any farther other than we did it.
Nope. Oh, and the other thing that I'll add to that before I move on with other council comments is the fact that I think Councilor Iverson said something earlier on in this meeting that basically solidified what we were presented with FSG. And I would recommend that anybody else that has any questions, comments, concerns of what happened nearly 5 months ago to either go back to October 28th or see this earlier meeting where we talked about financially that was a thing. So, Councilor Deckard.
Well, one of the things that I do hear out there is that there's dispute about why something was moving forward and then not moving forward. I think we all know something was moving forward and then not moving forward based on a variety of these conditions that changed in that time period. And so I guess if you're not trying to illustrate to the other side of this, Mr. Falk and the public, that it was just flippant, like we just randomly switched on that. I mean, you could always, for a variety of reasons, that phrase alone could encapsulate a little bit more of what happened, or for a variety of said reasons, because it wasn't just we were going to get cheeseburgers and then suddenly, no, we've decided we want hot dogs. There was a whole host of things that involved one painful process going into a second painful process. Am I misremembering any of that?
No, but you just made me hungry.
I'm starved. I am starved. Yeah.
Sorry.
Maybe this bridges the two comments, I'm not sure, but my thought was we did just receive very specific confirmation of our financial restraints. So maybe there's a little bit of a opportunity to put that directly in either this whereas clause or it's on its own, but that it relates, so it would go right next to it in some fashion that just says, hey, and we found out we could only afford half of what was being sold.
I was going to offer that
Edit
as an
away.
operative clause later. I think the FSG validated, I think, it wasn't confirmed. I mean,
Confirmed.
somebody's
It was a
validated what
confirmation.
our suspicions have been. I was going to offer that as an operative clause later. But if there's an edit that would fit here, I think that's fine too. Yeah.
Councilor Deckard?
I just think, I think literally in that third sentence, when it says in October of 2025, the council voted against the appropriation for a variety of stated reasons, needed, comma, oh wait, I'm sorry. I think after North Park property in the fourth line, for a variety of stated reasons. In that and subsequent meetings. And I say for a variety because I think, yes, what Councilor Wiltz has raised is a valid concern, but I think that I heard a lot of things.
There were others.
That night. It was flying out of the walls. And when people ask me, why did this thing happen this way? I tell, well, there's a whole lot going on there with that council and that vote, and everybody kind of gets to that point, but that vote became unanimous in that sense.
So
Go ahead.
to that whereas clause, I just added language that Councilor Deckard cited, which is for a variety of stated reasons at that meeting and subsequent meetings.
That seems sufficient. Does anybody have any objections to that?
Are we not-
Councilor Fido, do you?
We're
Yeah.
not going to mention anything about what we heard today, or that'll be somewhere else?
I think that's what Councilor Henry was alluding to is maybe, I think we could get through the rest of the resolution and figure out where, if we find it necessary to bring it back here, or if we find it in a different spot. I do think that maybe we should spell it out for the folks that need to have it spelled out for our things here and just kind of go from there. But that is a good point. Yes, Councilor Wiltz.
I just would really prefer if you switched the two words stated and reason so that it stated. Please.
I accept
Let me know about life problems. I'm sorry.
And if you
English major.
wanted to incorporate the FSG presentation, I think you could easily say, for a variety of reasons stated at that meeting and subsequent meetings, including the meeting on February 26th or 24th, I don't know the date either, 24th of 2026,
County Council.
County Council meeting where FSG made a budgetary presentation. Or you could do it as a separate clause.
I think, let's get through the rest of this and then we can kind of go forward.
So I saw one other hand. Is there any more comments on this whereas clause?
Yeah, I continue to think that it would be better, sort of like we were talking about the whereases before, and that other one about having it all together, the things that apply to this. And I think today's meeting applies to that. So I would like to have it all together. I'll continue to advocate for that.
Okay. All right. So, I have to zoom out a little. The next whereas clause it reads, in October of 2025, the City Council provided the County Council with a letter requesting that the County Council not move forward with the purchase of North Park. In addition to the letter, a representative of the City Council committed to working alongside the Monroe County Council to find a solution. And the quoted language was what was stated at the meeting, which was rooted in justice and that meets the needs of every resident of Monroe County. Is there any edits to that whereas clause?
Yes, Councilor Deckard.
I'm not questioning what happens with the city council or what that was, but when we say a representative of the Bloomington City Council, we make that sound like they designated that individual to be a rep committing to that. To be clear, I would just say a member of the Bloomington City Council, of the Bloomington Common Council. Yeah.
I agree.
Just to be safe.
Yeah.
We don't want to assume their policies.
Oh, sorry. Yes, Councilor Henry.
Yeah, I can see that being a good clarification. I also just wonder if the second sentence is even necessary because one was a matter of public comment. and one's a formal communication. I know we just had a discussion about the value of resolutions and letters, but that's the way governments communicate with each other. So we had a formal communication in the first sentence. The second was a matter of public comment from one of the 9, right? So I'm not sure the second one has the weight of the formal letter from council, if that makes sense to others.
Yeah. I guess this is what I remember and what I recall from watching their meeting at the time. They actually discussed this and voted on passing this through to present to us. So I think maybe we just need to simplify, like we got correspondence with them instead of kind of really pinpointing who did what and when.
And I can give you the rationale as to why I included the second sentence. So the letter itself just talks about not purchasing North Park, and there isn't any reference in there to what I believe is the city's commitment to work with the council. That came from the public comment when the letter was presented. And so I think if you delete the second sentence, I would suggest some reference to the commitment from the city that to work with us. And the only reason I say that is because I included that second sentence because under the now therefore clause, there is a clause that discusses pursuing that partnership.
Okay.
I'm not gonna sweat it.
Okay.
There's bigger fish in this.
So, yeah, I would
like
agree.
the change to member, though.
Yeah, so you got the member, okay. No objections? Keep moving.
The next whereas clause referenced Senate Bill 1, what Senate Bill 1 did to residential property taxes, personal property taxes, and the reform to local income tax structures that is going to be forthcoming. It references Senate Bill's prohibition on our bonding capacity, which is limited at 5% of its local income tax, and that the significant changes implemented by this bill of how it impacted our ability to move forward with the project.
Any questions, comments, or concerns on this one? Yes, Councilor Decker.
Normally, it's not me doing this, so I apologize. Trent talks a lot tonight. But, I mean, this could be a place where we reference confirmation of the FSG presentation, because this was the fear. Then he came in tonight and he said, your fear was correct. So that could go somewhere in here, and then you kind of closed the loop. I've said a few times to folks, there's a question of what you can actually do versus what you would do if you could do anything. All right.
And Councilor Henry?
So I would be okay with a reference here as long as there's a parallel clause operatively later that references what we heard, which in my view was the cap, right? Because we had a presentation that said, here's the finite amount on the bond, right? So if there are perceptions by those in this building that somehow $257 million is still conceivable, I think Mr. Garritas put that to bed this evening. It might be useful to start the reference point here if we're going to add a clause later that suggests this is really the risk tolerance of council.
Well, and what we heard in our joint meeting too a while back, anything is possible, but there's going to be a cost for it. And so that would mean that we'd have to implement a tax, which was something that Councilor Wiltz had mentioned as well. So,
not that she wanted to tax anybody.
No, absolutely not. I don't either. So,
so we're adding. Is this the red language here? Okay.
I think that would be good.
this is where former council member McKim would say, this is how the sausage is getting made. Sorry.
So the sentence in red I placed it at the end of the paragraph, and it says, "The impact of Senate Bill 1 was further confirmed by the Financial Solutions Group presentation at the February 24th, 2026 Monroe County Council meeting."
Yeah. Can it be further explained what that dollar amount is somewhere? I think I would like to see the dollar amounts.
You want that down in the,
Where do we going to put that?
Well, maybe if that is something that you would like to see, Counselor Vital, which I think that is not a bad idea. I think maybe we put a pin for that and kind of get through and maybe see
Where
if
it
we
falls.
could. Exactly.
Oh, that's fine.
Yes.
I think one way to incorporate that budget amount in the FSG presentation is you could say the impact of Senate Bill 1 was further elaborated by the Financial Solution Group presentation at the council meeting, and you could attach the FSG we could incorporate the FSG document as an exhibit into the resolution.
I like that even better.
Okay. Right. All right. Look at that. Move this train along. Okay. Better than watching the.
Starts in 20 minutes.
oh, it's tonight.
I know I gotta change it.
Did you see that?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So I added that last sentence, the FSG presentation is attached to this resolution as Exhibit A, acknowledging that there's another Exhibit A, and when we get down there, I'll fix it. Incorporate it herein and made part of this resolution.
I like that. Thank you. Okay.
The next whereas clause acknowledges that in anticipation of the private settlement agreement, that being Richardson expiring, Mr. Falk, the attorney for the ACLU, provided counsel with orders from 2 other federal cases that outline specific benchmarks that the defendants in those cases were going to complete those tasks by. Not seeing any comments, so I'm going to keep moving. So then it's now therefore be it resolved by the Monroe County Council that 1, the County Council is no longer wishes to consider the North Park property for the location of the new facility. I think Mr. Iverson.
Yes.
I would move to strike this. To delete this clause.
And would you like to say why?
Okay. Oh, I didn't know if we were going to talk about it before a second. So there's 2 reasons. Number 1, the second clause seems to contradict it. It could be read as contradictory, and I think we need to keep that in mind. And the second reason is we've all been through the location debates before, and the location we thought was not going to be the location became the location. I do not want to get into the prediction game. I understand why this clause is here, but I'm also worried that we might need it, and if this is in there, that might stymie our efforts.
But then that would kind of suggest that we might need North Park. And I think it's kind of like where we already had mentioned earlier for various reasons why we decided to say no on North Park. I think my personal thing would be I want to stick with the idea of, since we keep hearing that North Park is coming back around the circle, is that I would like to express that I think we can look at other places, and our no to North Park should be abundantly clear.
Okay.
Yes, Councilor Decker.
So I recognize that the phrase North Park is the great difficult subject area for a lot of folks, a lot of different reasons. But when I look at this document, the importance and strength of this document is that we're saying we have to tell Mr. Falk and the public that are watching this that a constitutional care jail matters and that that is a priority of the council. So I guess I would question why the number one that we have now, whether or not that stays in, and I'm sure the council is going to debate that here in a second, why does that have to be number one? I mean, I get that that is a massive point in this contextual time, but we're dealing with a lawsuit that, or a private settlement agreement that has been going on since 2009, and we're trying to communicate to the other party that the most important thing is that we're moving forward with this facility in this kind of new life is here, with all these situations outlined in the whereas, and to do that, we're committed to this. Whether or not it stays in or not, or just moves down, to me, that's the prime message I think that has to be sent, because this is clearly to illustrate we're not giving up on this, we're moving on this. I think that's what, if that weren't for this, that timeline and those things, we would be in a different situation. But we're trying to illustrate that even though the law changed, that circumstances changed, the council's changed, that despite all that, we are still committed to constitutional care, and we want to talk about that to the folks on the other side as well as the public.
So Henry, or Councilor Henry's hand, so I'll go Henry, and then I will go to Iverson next.
So I would agree that the pecking order of where we discuss where the council's desires are this doesn't have to be the first thing. But I would say that there are more consumers of the resolution than just ACLU. One of the consumers of this resolution is the Board of Commissioners, who still, or at least some, have an impression or keep floating an idea that there's viability in this location. Frankly, I wasn't here when you all took the vote. I know that some folks might be having heartburn about taking a vote and then 2 years later having to go a different direction. It's my view from this seat, I pretty much left a no hole in the wall when we had this vote, that this has never been a good solution for this project for so many reasons, not least of which uprooting the entire economic activity of the court system 3 miles north. That's how we ended up back in this. So some of us have different reasons on that. I just and I appreciate, again, some people are having some heartburn about it, but this is for me. It's almost a non sequitur. It's almost obvious at this point that this is not a space that we would be pursuing, and it's not good for the future of the county to close off an interstate exit with a jail facility that the Plan Commission has worked very hard over the past year to downzone so nothing else gets built there. There's some other things that went on in that purchase agreement, and so it's really important that, like, if we're going to have the debate about North Park again, fine, but it doesn't have to be the primal statement. But I don't want to leave a door open on that space when we have an executive session to find and found some other opportunities that address the other clauses here that would answer the public's overriding concern that that facility design for that location is too expensive, and a desire to keep the justice enterprise close to services in the county seat that is the city of Bloomington. So I'm okay with moving it down, but I'm not okay with not saying it out loud that we're not for that.
All right, Councilor Iverson.
I'm going to reiterate my motion that we take out number 1 for the rationale that the only clause I think we need is clause number 5.
Which one is that?
I'm going to second that motion just so we can make
Fine.
that. Yeah, let's make that decision. Are we to remove or not remove?
Okay.
Sorry, what's
So
the
The motion is to strike clause number 1, and the rationale is the only clause we need is clause number 5.
It's number 5.
It's the constitutional care is the overwhelming reason why we needed a facility.
Is there discussion now?
Yeah, because there was a motion and a second. So anybody, Councilor Fighter, do you have something?
So I just want to make sure I understand, we're eliminating 1 through 4 then, is that correct? No, just 1.
just
What
1.
happens 2 through 4? Nothing.
We'll discuss in a second.
So you're saying that 5 then will serve the purpose of 1?
I'm going to make the same motion for for the subsequent ones, but we've agreed that we're going to go line by line.
Oh,
So-
I see. Okay, never mind then. I'm with you. Never mind. I'm with you. Thank you for bringing me up.
Any other further question or comment? I'll vote no on it because I feel like, for reasons stated with Councilor Henry, what he was saying, I just, again, maybe not the order of how it is initially, but I want it to be abundantly clear because we keep hearing people in meetings and commissioners, we've had 2 joint meetings where it's like, tell us more, tell us more. At the end of the day, my whole thing is I want this to be spelled out for any kind of questions that have remain unsolved. This is it. And so I think that's important to me. And so I'm in favor of keeping this and not striking it. Yes, Councilor Wiltz.
So I support of the motion, meaning that I will support removing this sentence from the resolution, because I do think it's important that we move gingerly as forward, and that this vote will likely lay bare how we feel. This discussion is laying bare how we feel. This resolution maybe was called for by the commissioners in some senses, but it's not the result of the commissioners, and it's not for the commissioners. And those are the folks that I think, you all are talking to. And so anyway, enough said.
Molly, did you have your hand?
I have a thought that kind of goes toward what Councilor Wiltz is saying, but I think that I will save it until after the discussion of whether to leave this clause in or out.
Councilor Decker.
One thing I would just say is I want the best document that gets this damn thing done. And I want anyone watching this to know that we're committed to getting this damn thing done because we have dragged on forever. Part of my frustration, Councilor Feidel had to hear me say this at lunch, but part of my frustration is we had a plan and then everybody started changing the plan, and that's fine. That's fine. But one thing about this is, I would say for anyone observing that live in this county or otherwise, it is abundantly clear with problem-solving type eyeballs watching that it's not going to be at North Park. We could not resuscitate that corpse of a concept, pardon me, we could not resuscitate that with the best of magic and the holiest of our faiths. So to me, whether one is in there or not, and to get council okay with it, I'm probably going to vote to keep that in there. But that ship has sailed so hard that it's crashed into the shore. I am surprised that I hear it, but then again, people come to me with all sorts of things on this facility. But again, there once was a dream that's called North Park, and it doesn't appear that dream is going to be for this. As Councilor Henry said, it may be other things. So kind of with that in mind, I do want to make sure that someone looking at this says, whether it's commissioners or otherwise, we are committed to getting this damn thing done.
Yeah. I think that's a good point, and I appreciate you saying that. I just think to add to that point once before, we've heard now twice in our meetings that we all thought North Park was done, and we have heard several times that North Park continues to be something that commissioners potentially are still working on, even after the purchase agreement is expired, even after our, no. How many more ways can we spell and say no? That's why I'm just advocating for this. Is I think at the end of the day, I think all 7 of us want to get it done. I would hope and think that all the commissioners want to have it done. I don't think this is for them. I think honestly, this is more for us because we have talked about this type of resolution for so long, in some way, shape, or fashion. And the community has been asking us because it's been, charged to us, balls in your court, what are you doing? And this is the final result of all of these things being thrown at us, and it's sticking now, and this is what we're doing. So I appreciate those comments there. So, all right, so we had a motion and a second to strike item 1 from this resolution. Is there any other questions or comments on this? You have to do public comment? Okay.
I think you can do public comment on the entire resolution.
Got it. Okay. All right. So before we vote on this, just to be clear, again, this motion that Councilor Iverson made and was seconded by Councilor Wilt is to strike item 1 from the resolution. So may we please have a roll call vote?
Counselor Iverson?
Yes.
Counselor Fidel?
No.
Counselor Wiltz?
Yes?
Counselor Henry?
No.
Counselor Deckard?
No.
Counselor Crossley?
No?
Motion passes, no. Motion fails 2-4.
Yes, Counselor Deckard.
Madam President, I move that item 1 be moved to bottom of the clauses and remain there despite editing.
Second.
All right, we got a motion and a second to move this to the very end of the resolution. Is there any further discussion on this item?
Good idea.
Okay. All right, seeing none, can we please have a roll call vote?
Hang on, I'm catching up.
I can do the roll call. Counselor Henry? Counselor Iverson?
Yes.
Counselor Crossley?
Yes.
Counselor Deckard?
Yes.
Counselor Wilt?
Yes.
Counselor Fidel?
Yes.
Who made the second? You?
Look at that. Okay. All right.
Okay.
Funny vote, no.
No, it was unanimous. Motion passes unanimously to move it to the bottom. Prior to moving off this clause, now recognizing that it's at the bottom, I did want to offer maybe a comment that I think, like a suggestion for council consideration that goes to Councilor Wiltz's comments about proceeding gingerly. I think you could amend the clause to say the Monroe County Council no longer wishes to consider the North Park property for the location of the new facility unless there's a substantial change in circumstances. We don't know what's going to happen in the future. If I did, I'd win the lottery and it'd be a different story here. But so albeit I understand and I think it is very clear what council's position is, but that's just a suggestion for consideration.
Well, and to that point, though, we can, if we don't know what we don't know, and, you know, if some catastrophic moment happens where we could come back to revisit that, but the intent that it sounds like we want to send a very clear message that no is no on North Park. Anybody else have any questions or comments on that? That's just my opinion. That I think, you know, that's just me, JC.
I don't know. What do you want to do?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, and maybe I'll hop in. Yeah, I guess we're doing initials. Maybe my only comment on that, I concur. And I appreciate the spirit in which that was offered. I think that's a quote that I'd never, that's Kate Wills' thing, and I just said it. The spirit in which that was offered. But actually, I was going to go a different direction. Is this an opportunity then to lead with a clause that addresses the dollar amount? So, I mean, there's a comment by Councilor Fidel about where to put the dollar amount. Should we lead a clause 1 here with
Fine with that. That's
with the dollar amount that FSG had given us this evening?
Councilor Wiltz?
2 things. I don't think we should lead with a dollar amount. Because I think, in my opinion, we should lead with what we collectively ultimately will agree on is the most important point. And that, while that is the most maybe important reason, or at least the reason that's right here in front of us, it's not the most important point in the now therefores part. So I think we should have a quick rundown of like which of these or what is our main point so that we can get to this, because Molly did an amazing job of laying out all as I could think of. I don't know how you did that. And then putting together a set of here's what we feel. And I think that it reflects what we said, but what's missing is we need to put a point on what we're saying. So I guess I'm just asking y'all, what's your most important hill for this resolution to say? That made no sense.
Yes, Councilor Iverson.
What's highlighted on the screen. We all took an oath to defend the constitutions of Indiana and the United States. And right now, this, I think, is the utmost importance, that we provide constitutional levels of care for those who are inmates within our facilities and within our this is primary. I think everything else can go away. Everything else is less than this. This clause in itself talks about needing a location to build a new facility. This clause talks about needing the funding to build that new facility. Like this.
You're saying 4?
Yeah, the number 4.
It's the highlighted
one that's
clause.
highlighted. Like this is it. In my humble opinion and my sole opinion, I think this is the only clause we need in this section.
Would it be helpful that I read the clause that Mr. Iverson's referencing?
I just wanted to point of information first. Clause 4 that he's referring to, 2 paragraphs, right?
It's the one paragraph highlighted. It's in the draft resolution, formerly clause 5, because we moved.
Okay.
For clarity, I'm going to read the clause.
Yes.
The Monroe County Council recognizes that providing constitutional care within the jail facility is an utmost priority that must be met, and that Monroe County is in need of a new jail facility to provide adequate medical care, mental health treatment, classification opportunities, humane living conditions, and to ensure the safety of inmates and staff within the facility. The Monroe County Council commits to funding the construction of a new jail facility, which is what the Richardson lawsuit necessitates, and funding the staff thereof to ensure that inmates housed within the Monroe County Jail will receive said constitutional care.
What more do you need?
Council, what say you? All right. No, I'm just asking if anybody. Yes, Councilor Henry.
Probably goes without saying that, what is it, the 4th line, that, and I don't think this is a contrary position among all of us, that the statement that funding the construction of a new jail facility. Now, the question is whether or not the Richardson lawsuit necessitates that. I don't think it's actually mentioned in Richardson that a jail facility is what's required, but we are committing to saying that in this sentence. But Mr. King, that's not a requirement in Richardson. And Mr. Falk has said as much, that he's not saying we have to build a new jail. I just want to make sure that phrase, we're saying that, which is fine, I think. I'm just not sure Richardson says that. Can we be crystal clear on that? It's nitpicky, but important.
And I can clarify that sentence. The intent of the sentence was to state that, as Mr. Falk has indicated, Richardson addresses the jail.
Which is what the Richardson lawsuit, but that clause references to the previous, the funding of the construction of a new jail facility. Unless I'm misreading that, I might be getting into grammar here. Does anyone else read it that way? And if that's the case, then it's not clear, and we got to be clear.
I was reading it the way you were reading.
I did too.
Oh, yeah. Councilor Wilkes.
I guess we could get rid of that phrase, which is what the Richardson lawsuit necessitates. But I would maybe, and I agree, number 5 is the important one. I don't know if we voted on that. Did we? We did. I can't
No,
remember.
I said it very passionately.
Yeah, well, it sounded like a vote. It was that way.
It was that passionate.
Does anyone else, is there any interest in putting a timeline in here? Putting a date? Or, we commit to fund it, maybe it's on a date, yeah, go ahead.
You kind of jumped around clauses, but I do think there's a date in clause 3, and it says no later than April 7th of 2026. I picked that date because that is the last council meeting before the 15th deadline.
Whoa.
I even highlighted that.
We don't even have a selection of property yet. Is it conceivable to have a purchase agreement in 45 days? I don't think we could possibly meet that. That's not on us.
The language says that we'll be working
toward executing.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's not requiring the execution of a purchase agreement because I do think that's virtually impossible.
We've essentially identified the funding sources tonight.
Yep. Yes, Councilor Decker.
Well, at one time, some of my suggestions that you see in here, I think you see in here, Ms. Turnking's better than I am at these things, but they were meant to illustrate that we were moving towards things and giving us kind of the urgency of the situation. We've sat at a round table in the middle of that room, and we've heard from different parties as well as ourselves why a commitment to those is important. I think 5 is the current 5 that Councilor Iverson talked about. I do think it's important. I just worry at times that it sounds very consistent with where generally every council and commissioner has been since 2009. They all had a dream to do it. And I know that when you get detail, you get issues that can become part of other things. I know that. I get that. I've heard that from numerous people repeatedly. But I also know that the dude on the other side, who has literally been in this private settlement agreement since 2009, he's looking for a bunch of politicians to do something on this. And whether you like North Park or not, or this side, or where at, or city council thinks or not, he just wants to make sure that, not to speak for him, but this is the gist I took, he doesn't care. I said to him at one point, and some of you recall this, I think I've said it twice, the General Assembly keeps messing in our kitchen here so we can't serve dinner. Do you want to add them as a party? And he basically was like, I get it, they're problematic, but you took the oath, brother. And so I think that for me, when I think about both site selection, maybe a reference to best possible towards death, that's why I kind of wanted that in there, so that you're showing, I'm not just saying, yeah, of course, this is a resolution, we love this, but that we have it. So that's where my worry is. I don't know, do you reference some of that into 5 so that you're showing your own teeth? Because I worry that if it's too bland, it's like, well, of course you want to build one. You're no different than whoever took the oath in your seat in 2010.
So are you saying that we should put the timeline?
I think that our ultimate deadline is what, April 14th? 15th, tax day.
The private settlement agreement expires on April 15th. Now, do I know if Mr. Falk is going to file a new lawsuit on April 15th? No. Could he? Yes. It just depends on communication between the class, which consists of inmates. I do know inmates have requested a letter to send back to Mr. Falk, but I don't know the nature of those communications. So can I say April 15th is the day we get sued? No.
I just think you've got to show in advance of that we're trying to move quick, which I know we can't talk about everything out in the world, but I think there are entities in this county trying to do many of these things to get this moving again.
I'll go Wiltz and then I'll come back to Henry.
First question, does everything that we do to this have to be done through a motion? Or can I just ask for like consent on an idea? That way we don't have to burden with the whole roll call vote. And if it gets like obvious disagreement, like I felt like we had some disagreement we needed to clarify earlier, but in that sphere, if you think that's
I was going to say, as long as staff can keep up with.
Our staff
Ask
left.
your
I think it is clearer with a motion, but I don't think a motion is required.
Okay. I am going to suggest that, acknowledging that we still have work to do on wording or moving around, that we make current number 4 up to the top at number 1. So it is a very clear statement of, hey, we recognize that we got to do something, followed by the one that has the date in it. So the 3 now. So put number 4 first, and followed by on our drafts it's 5 and 4. So that we immediately then get to that, hey, and this is what we're going to do. We saw that we had some benchmarks, and then I would like to strengthen that language. But for right now, it makes sense to me to go ahead and put what used to be the last paragraph first because it's so important, followed by something that contains some detail, meat, something on the how.
Okay.
I consent.
All right, and then I'm gonna go to Counselor Henry.
Yeah, thanks. I'm gonna withdraw. I think we just made some progress there.
Okay. And Ms. Turner King.
I guess I'm just waiting for guidance on, do you want me to cut this and move it to the top?
Yes.
Actually, I remember my thing now.
Counselor Henry.
All right. So it was related to what Ms. Turner King was talking about. So, I mean, we're speculating on what happens on April 16th. Isn't it also possible that a current inmate would administrative process to claim a constitutional violation that this sheriff can investigate and try to resolve, where maybe the sheriffs didn't in 2009? I mean, it's not necessarily that it goes right to court. It could trigger the whole administrative process again, where a inmate would find a new variety of things. And so we're not really talking about April 16th at that point. It's working through the legal process that is under the administrative process before we get to litigation. Isn't that also a possibility?
I mean, I think, yes, I do think there is a process that inmates would have to follow when alleging violations. There's an internal grievance policy. I cannot say right now where, if there's a complaint in that grievance policy, where that complaint is at in that grievance policy, and if that complaint results in a lawsuit. Like, if I had a magic ball that predicted when we're going to get sued, I would definitely be sharing that date, but I don't have that magic ball.
I'm just saying that it's not, the 16th is not, it's a possibility, but there are a lot of other.
There's a lot of possibilities.
We're very much speculating after the 15th is what I'm getting at.
Okay. Right. Counselor Decker.
Well, and I would just say, depending on the nature of the complaint, and I think some of us have heard this from the sheriff, some of us have heard this on the tour with Mr. Fogg, depending on the nature of the complaint, there are things for which a sheriff can do, and things for which, if the sheriff could do them, they'd already been done. So just depending on that, and depending on what a counsel would say to their party, that could quickly get guided. So I think that date is a really live environment for those things.
Fair.
Without instructing people myself, yeah.
Okay, so I've amended it so that what was formerly clause 5 in the draft is now clause 1. Before moving on to the new number 2, are you all okay? And I just want to make sure with the highlighted sentence that there might have been concern about whether the language that reads, which is what the Richardson lawsuit necessitates, needs to be there. do you want me to remove that, which is what Richardson necessitates? And I think that all depends on if you think that clause is modifying the construction of the new jail facility.
It's the cleanest cut from my seat. Otherwise, we have to qualify it by saying this is what the council thinks answers that. So I think it's just better to cut.
I agree. Cut it.
Sound dope.
And we had also agreed to move number 4 up to be right after. Is that correct?
Where we talked about the date.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
the note. too.
Yeah. Because I think that might have been where Molly was going next.
Yeah, so I moved the last clause, and now the question is, do you want to move this highlighted clause
Well,
to 2?
Okay.
both parts.
So on this one, I view that last sentence as almost like a checklist, right? Actively work toward executing purchase agreement, identify funding source. And I guess it's 2 check boxes. I feel like if that whole sentence is about the momentum that Councilor Deckard described, right? But is not, but it's not restrictive in a way that forces us to have it all figured out by the 7th. It's that we're identifying the source and working toward the execution of. I'm comfortable with that. I'm hopeful others are.
Well, yes.
And I would also point out that Exhibit A, I think the new Exhibit A, which is this document FSG showed tonight,
right,
lists out the funding sources. Now, exhaustive? Maybe not, but there's enough here where FSG thinks that we can have an estimated bond size of 135 million to 117 million. Exhibit A reaches what is being said here.
Right. Anybody else have any questions or comments about? Yes, Councilor Wiltz.
Move your microphone, please.
Okay, so we are now in the, no, we aren't. We're not doing the one that, God, this is so hard to read.
Yeah, we kind of skipped around.
When we get to the one that references the other lawsuits, let me know. I don't think we're there yet, right?
We're there.
We are?
Well, the clause that we're debating whether to move up is to the second one. It incorporates Exhibit
The second
B.
paragraph of that clause, got it. So in that, is there any interest in, instead of incorporating with the exhibit, the big long pile of ruling, couldn't we just cut out the 2 lists of benchmarks that we're talking about? And so that, because it took me a little bit of time to sort through and be like, where are the benchmarks? And it just would make it clearer, and then we could say, hey, and these are the things we're going to do.
I like that idea.
I agree.
That would be a good point.
Yes.
The Word version, I could do it real quick.
Oh, I have a second version that incorporates the benchmarks in preparation for this exact thought. So give me 2 seconds.
Molly, you're amazing.
So all the while we do this, I would just like to kind of make a general comment of, is this accomplishing the goals that we want to have happen here? You know what I mean? Are we drifting apart and getting way too specific and not leaving ourselves any wiggle room? And how will this impact any potential lawsuit in the future? What will that do to us if all this is written down?
Yes,
And
Councilor.
that was my argument, is that the only thing we need is the first clause. And I think Mr. Deckard very eloquently stated the opposing side of that we have very eloquently been saying, we're going to do something for a long time. and it's time to put some teeth to it. So
I'm just worried about the coming back to bite us part, right? Will this document ever be able to come back and bite us should things not go well and we don't get where we need to be by April 7th or 15th or whatever?
I mean, even if we don't, it's not like, I guess, with the April 15th deadline, if it comes and goes, are we just supposed to stop working? No, I think we have to, obviously still keep going and moving forward, right? So I think adding the benchmarks and personally, I just think being specific of what it is that we are trying to accomplish, because people have been looking at us. We've gotten lots of emails, phone calls. I've seen meetings where people are asking. I was in an interview last fall with Commissioner Thomas and Mr. Spoonmore for the Greater Chamber of Commerce, where, it's been mentioned to us several times that the ball is in our court. I think as the fiscal body, we have a lot of responsibility that we don't realize we have until this very moment. And so for us to be very clear and to spell it out for people and to express this is what, people have been asking us for, and been on council since December of 21, this is the closest that I've ever seen us really try to get to this point. Where council has really kind of set the tone for a lot of things. I think we all had intentions of doing things by way of CJRC and JFAC and, all the other acronym meetings that we have here in the county. But this specific moment that we're in right now, there's a call and now we have to respond. And so do I think anything could be held against us? I mean, our words can. But this document, this is spelling out specifically what it is that we are looking to do. And some of these recommendations have come from JFAC and, other different types of things. So I think this to me, I'm going to say it, mission accomplished with, I just said it, with what it is that we are attempting to do as the fiscal body of the county council.
I just am interested to know about any potential ramifications, that's all.
Yeah. I think all possibilities are endless. But my goal is, like I've said before in previous meetings, and I know some people are, think maybe I'm a positive Patty autocrat, I don't know. But what I do know is that I think despite whatever happens when April 15th comes and goes, I just want to keep going to
I feel the same way.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
But I just want to prevent any potential bad things that could happen to the county as a result of what some of this may or may not say.
Right. And I think, to Councilor Decker's point earlier, we kept, we've been in this since 2009. Mm-hmm. And so we, lots of things have happened since then. But that being said, I think inactions had led us to this point, and this is the most that I've seen any council kind of really get to action. And so I think the ramifications is, we got the information back in January of this is what's happening, this is how this is going to be, and we did nothing. But that I would make the argument of we are doing something, which is sitting here almost 4.5 hours into our evening and really trying to get to the meat and potatoes of how we progress forward and how we're sending the message. So that's my strong standpoint on that.
I'm definitely interested in action. I don't want to imply that at all.
Listen,
so.
I don't yeah.
One thing I'll just say generally as a kind of an observation commentary before we go to wherever we're going next, but we a lot of times in our comments, and I'm guilty of it, others here, I think I recall you doing it too, but I'll just say I'm guilty of it. We will go back to whoever didn't do what over the years to remedy this. Even when I came into office, people were kind of like, that one is whatever. And I would say on this issue, because of that, sometimes we always cast stones that way, and sometimes there's great things with that, and sometimes there's not. I'll say on this particular issue. It kind of reminds me of sometimes when people talk about a reason they wouldn't give a raise to someone. They're like, well, right now is not good because of this. And then later, not good becomes something else and something else and something else. I think there were always in this county a lot of good reasons not to do anything. I think we're now hitting a point in current events where the not doing anything because of the circumstances and many others starts to become exceedingly convenient. And I think that probably every county is going through this on a different scale with some project or whatnot. I think because of that, there's even more focus on us, because if you haven't done it for a variety of reasons before, now under the pressure, the only thing that will get you to do it is to hold you accountable in a court of law for constitutional care. And so we all talk about values and things like that. However this ends up tonight, I think that that's kind of the paradigm that we're under on constitutional care. What will you get done for those folks in there versus what you will not do? And that's part of why we're being held to something where we're trying to figure out what communicates best to all entities.
Anybody else?
Yeah.
So I did edit that, what was the previous clause, and referenced the incorporation in the federal cases. And so now it reads, the Monroe County Council recognizes that the federal cases provided by Mr. Kinfalk and referenced in the whereas clauses above outline the following benchmarks. And then there's the benchmarks listed within the federal cases. And then I did not change, I removed all the previous language and left the last sentence, which says the Monroe County Council commits to working in conjunction with the Monroe County Commissioners, the Monroe County Sheriff's Office, and the Monroe County Board of Judges, along with other justice stakeholders, to develop a plan that establishes a timeline for completion. And for clarity, I'm going to add of these benchmarks.
Scroll up. Once you got it, yeah.
I don't know that I can get all of the edited language in there without making it smaller.
So where are we at as far as what remains besides what you've just read?
If you don't mind, I just want to take a look at these clauses you added, if we can just pause here for a second.
Yeah.
Okay, so do we understand the word facility to mean the same thing as jail? Is that consistent? Because I just want to be clear that when we say facility, we're talking about jail, which is the ACLU's. That's the purpose of why. Yeah, that's what we're under, right? I mean, so it's a consistency question about what building or type we're talking about. Does that make sense?
It does, but I'm going to clarify that in the use of facility in there, that's a copy and paste of the benchmarks that are in the federal case that was previously incorporated.
Right.
So the second question that I have is, and maybe this is more of a style thing, but I mean, we refer to the attorney and not the organization that has brought suit against the county. Is there value in saying ACLU Indiana as opposed to referencing the attorney? I appreciate he's a significant player, but
I referenced the attorney just because he's the individual who handed me those cases.
okay, so in this case, you're saying that makes sense, but like we have referenced Falk and other places where it really is ACLU Indiana, right?
I mean, in the whereas clause, it acknowledges that Mr. Fox, the attorney for the ACLU.
Right.
Okay.
But you're referencing Mr. Falk here because of the benchmarks that
He's the one who emailed me the cases that I was going to incorporate.
Got it. Okay. Okay. Any other questions, comments, or concerns on this item?
Are we going to reorder this so that it's below clause 1? This is the new clause 2?
Something.
Didn't we?
If you, If that's the direction you're providing me, then yes.
Yeah, we had
Oh, I
agreed,
thought it- yeah, I
we
think
had
we
agreed on
did.
that.
We
Yeah.
direct you. It's very direct.
Wait.
I know, right?
That's the direction.
What happens after 9 o'clock?
Okay, so I'm gonna go. Clause 1 used to be 4, and we're okay with how it reads. Clause 2 is now what used to be. I don't remember what number in the original draft, but we just moved it up.
Clause 4.
Are there any other additional edits to clause 2? The new clause 2.
Anybody?
Do you want me to read it, or? Thank you.
My dream world. I would be more specific, but I don't feel like there's an appetite for that. Am I
When you say specific, what?
on dates and but I feel like, and I respect others who don't want to be.
I feel like that's a separate document.
Okay, yeah, no.
Because there are benchmarks we can commit to as a council, but we cannot necessarily assure that the other partners would join.
And I agree with Mr. Henry's point, which is why that last clause says that you'll work in conjunction, because I think some of those benchmarks are out of council control. Well, the execution of a so the first paragraph in clause 2 acknowledges that there are two benchmarks explicitly that require council approval, and those benchmarks are the financing for the project and the execution of the purchase agreement.
But that latter one isn't just council. Yeah.
I know.
It does, those are the two that do require us, but that number 2 differs from number 1 in that it really requires another body as well.
Correct, which is why it says council will actively work towards the execution of a purchase agreement.
All right. So moving on to
Moving on, we have not discussed what is now the current 3. It talks about council evaluating properties, and then that properties currently owned by Monroe County within the geographical vicinity, which is close to the current justice facilities and service providers, will be considered as possible locations. Are there any concerns, edits to that clause?
Anybody?
It's probably fine, but it's that last sentence is where I believe we have an opportunity to honor the concerns of not just internal stakeholders, but the public. We get very close to the idea with the phrase public interest. There's been a lot of public interest, and what's in the public interest is maybe an opportunity to acknowledge that that external input, because I mean, it's my view that this whole part of why we're in this position today is that we had funneled who the stakeholder set was, which is always dangerous once you start excluding stakeholders. I've always believed stakeholders are stakeholders whether you think they are or not, and a lot of the agita in the community came from people being excluded at a certain point. There's something about that. I mean, I think public interest is enough, or public interest of citizens. But I wonder if there's some stronger language to honor that we heard people. I don't have the nouns and verbs at this moment, but I'm curious if others share that thought.
I feel like that's encapsulated in that sentence. I'm sorry, Mr. Deckard.
No, go.
That's all I needed to say.
Okay. Councilor Deckard?
I understand kind of that sentiment there. One thing that I'll just offer is that when a new site emerges, it will have those who support it and those who disagree with it. And that's why I say there's always a reason this is a hard thing that we're dealing with. This isn't an ice cream stand or a scholarship announcement. This is a thing that is it is what it is. And I just say that, I say that because we're going to have to buckle up, because it is the public interest on this will modify and change, and who is happy today will be unhappy tomorrow, and it will be difficult. And I think that's incorporated in there, just as in a lot of these different discussions. Various things have been shaped over time. That will continue with whatever site it is. What was once good will become not good. I mean, it's just going to be what it's been. Every site we've had has had what I call an El Dorado moment, where people have said, yes, and then later, oh, I can't even believe that. And that will happen again and again. So yes, you try to incorporate as much of that as possible, but at the end of the day, there will be some hard way to define this.
Well, being one of the former stakeholders that tried to guide that during CJRC as a stakeholder in the room, I appreciate that thought, but it's the funneling that got us here, right? So of course, we're always going to find someone who doesn't like its proximity. It's just my firm belief that the moment we close the door even on this council, where decision-making is being made by unelected persons on the size, scope, and floor, that's where we lost the narrative with the public. But I'm okay with Councilor Iverson's observation if he feels it's sufficient to leave it.
Anybody else feel strongly otherwise? Yes, Councilor
I
Iverson.
have a suggestion. This is the location clause. How about taking clause number 5 and appending it into this clause?
Yeah, that
Keeping
seems
location stuff together.
Yep.
We keep constitution stuff together.
I actually like that a lot.
Yeah, good call.
I'm highlighting it in red, not that the clause has changed, but its place did.
What was that?
I said I highlighted it in red, so it's easier to find that we moved it there.
Okay. I see it. Okay. Okay.
So I would,
Yes.
yeah. I mean, I don't know, again, revisiting that price point. I mean, Mr. Iverson said, hey, the exhibit says 117 through 135 or whatever from FSG. Just as that phrase indicates a specificity, and I do think this. I mean, I don't know how others feel about this on council, but I do believe, from my understanding, what was reported in the media when you all took the vote in October of 24, that you did not expect that in February of 25 the bill came back at 257.
Mm-hmm.
And I might be wrong, but I as a just citizen at that point, I think that was surprising to a lot of people. And we have tried a few times as council to signal our risk tolerance that number has been a problem. In fact, when we submitted our version of the edit plan to the Board of Commissioners, we tried to lower that dollar amount to pretty much what FSG just told us, almost to the nickel, almost. 125, whatever. But we've tried to signal this a few times, right? That this, we were anticipating this, and it turns out we were validated this evening. Is this the place to say that? To say, look, there is sort of it's not a ceiling, but anything beyond a certain dollar amount we can't have a plan that comes back a few months from now that's a 200 million when we just heard that we really can't bond for it. Like, I would hate for DLZ to design a new facility that is over cost. Should we not say the number in this resolution?
Councilor Iverson, and then I'll go Councilor.
Two thoughts. I'm not opposed to it, but number one, it bears pointing out that the numbers are estimated lit numbers. We do not know the concrete number, so it's an estimate. Number two is a good one. I lost it. Yeah.
Okay, Councilor Wiltz, and then I'll figure out if you come back to it.
No, I actually got so distracted by that first point that they are estimates. We need to keep that in mind, and I think they're already in there by reference. Yeah, as the exhibit. I think it's good. I think it's good.
Ms. Turner-King?
I would just add for consideration during this conversation, that bonding capacity changes. The 25% cap is not forevermore.
That's true as well.
Can I address this? Because I have to say, and I mean this respectfully, I know that's the opinion of other people in county legal. I know some folks in county legal have asserted repeatedly that the 257 is a number that we can sustain. And if they really believe that, they need to run to sit up here and make that decision. There's a big difference between being able to say that from the sidelines and being up here. I don't believe that's your position there, Ms. Turner King, but I know it's shared by others in that office. So having said that, our job is to be able to maintain the totality of what we bring in revenue. Some of us that went to AIC, right, heard our estimates from our organization saying that we're going to need half of that lit just to keep revenue neutral. And I went through this before. I mentioned key lime pie last time. And if we were saying something like 30% is going to be necessary to meet the bond, which we now know is not the case. In fact, it's not going to be a $19 million bond debt service. We just heard that tonight. We also need to think about everything else that we have to pay for in the county. So it's one thing to say, oh, that number can change and we can accommodate that, but relative to everything else, which includes COLA for our employees, which includes maintenance of, we're not in a place where we can say, I think with any confidence, that our revenue is going to be, that we can meet that number. If we came back and here's the 250 million plan again and say, well, you could, but relative to other things. We have to throttle that, or else we will not have resource for 20 years to do anything else in the county if we have an emergency or risk, and that's just the view I have.
Yeah, good point. Councilor Wiltz.
I recognize that you are correct. It's not going to be 5%.
And for clarity and legislative update, as we go along, it just got passed, it's 2029. So our bond capacity will change in 2029.
Well, we have to figure out stuff now, is our problem. And, I mean, now, as in like this coming month would be ideal. And to Councilor Henry's point, it reminds me a whole lot when we were buying a house and told we could afford X, right? And everybody, and this was back in the day, but everybody's like, oh, you can afford to spend this much on your house. And you start looking around and you're like, but I would love to be able to put curtains on the windows,
It makes you house poor. And what we're saying here, and this is, actually, I'm glad you're using this analogy. I'm sorry I'm getting excited. I had all that Snickers or whatever we're handing around here. But this is a serious point, right? Because we could buy the house, but in terms of prevention and restorative justice programs and diversion programs and things that keep it empty, we will not have the resource to do that. So we will build it and have a very not justice center the way that we think about it. I mean, we do need to reserve back on that to think about other ways to put that money to work. I can't max out the credit card on it. I mean, that's it. But I don't know. So I guess we're back to, is this the place to say it explicitly, or is it the sentiment of my peers here that the exhibit does the job without saying, here's your number?
Yeah. Yes, Councilor Decker.
Well, and one thing I believe, by the way, the house poor kind of reference really resonates with me, because pre-financial crisis, I mean, good heavens, you could walk in with no work and the things they would guarantee. And it was creepy. It was creepy. But that said, I think here's another thing that we have to be kind of circulating really heavily through our brains on this, is we've heard from our entire justice system, not just the jail, that wherever you end up, you have to have operational costs that truly understand, even though I'm not sure folks necessarily believe we'll ever fully understand, how you operate the other portions of the system that are not in the jail and make that work. And the operational costs to do that, what that looks like, how that is, et cetera. And we, whether we're in a phased status where you're operating right now, jail's here and we're doing this, or you're in a accelerated phase status, or really super, we're trying to replace co-location with as close to co-location, whatever it is, it's going to have a cost, because we've been in a co-location system since 1986 approximately, maybe longer. And so there's a factor to that we're going to have the wiggle room to respond to it. Just like tonight, the entire night has been wiggle room as elections change, court administration changes, grants change, and that's just one night. So anyway, I just want to throw that into the mix because there's a lot of folks watching who want to make sure that we're not losing sight of that in the scheme of things. How do you operate that beyond?
So, are we in agreement that I cannot, I need readers and I can't see anything anymore?
Sorry.
No, you're fine. The screen is just too far away from me. Are we in agreement that the exhibit of what was presented to us today clears this up?
It's still reference. I know there's a strike through with the word exhibit up above. It's still there, right? Can we it's mentioned again?
That just strikes exhibit what was B. That was the federal case exhibit. The exhibit referencing FSG's presentation is incorporated within the whereas clauses.
Got it. All right. Yeah, thank you. Then
Okay, so it seems like everybody is good to go with the exhibit being the tangible, concrete evidence of the amount. Okay, so.
Then I think there's just one,
Excuse me.
one last clause that we haven't talked about, which is the clause that says the council will pursue opportunities with its local government colleagues at the city to advance selection, zoning, and purchase of a property for the purpose of constructing a new facility, and will continue to rely on said partnerships to further design and construction of the new facility.
Yep. The only thing I'll add to this is, I know Councilor Hawk has said this repeatedly, that, they're not so new anymore, considering they're in year 3, but we have new administration in the city, as well as majority new council on city council as well. I have shouted this from all the meetings from CJRC, JFAC, even gone to city council, even had city council meetings with city council representatives. They want to help assist with us, understanding that this is our project. However, we always talk in both city and county about how great we are at collaboration, and I, as the kids say, call cap on that. This is the moment right now that we can do this together, just like we did everything with the CIB, and look at how the convention center got moving. And look how fast that's moving as opposed to what's been sitting in front of us since 2009. If we take egos out, that is as big as this building, and really get it back down to size, I truly believe in my little 5-foot heart that if we truly want to work with city, and I do believe that the city wants to work with us, that we can make this happen. And that's all I'll say about that. Yes, Councilor Henry.
thank you, and thank you for that. I'll just say it because I think this is being offered in goodwill. The last phrase, to further design and construction of the new facility, is it meant to suggest that the city council would have input into design?
Nope.
It's one thing to say selection, zoning, and purchase, because by all means we're going to need variances and the like.
Yep.
If it is in city limits, but that design and construction, I'm just curious what others may think about it.
That's a good point.
You're in those city council meetings.
I watch
and
them.
that room is teal, and I don't like the color of it.
Well, the whole building is weird now.
I know, but okay, but you get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Here. Like,
Yeah.
and I don't know what we're saying with
Right.
that,
So are we offering up something that we really don't need to, and that we just need to just say that they are our partners and we want to work with them with the zoning and planning part?
I think you could change design and construction to say, we'll continue to rely on said partnerships to further progress on the new facility.
Wouldn't we
Yeah,
just
or
take
just
out,
say
take
to
out the whole and,
the-
this whole.
Or do you just take out everything from to all the way down to facility and just keep said partnerships? Because that's the intent.
That's
is
said partnerships,
To
period.
just
There you go. Yeah.
be partners. The KISS method.
I like that.
Like it. Okay.
That's the last whereas clause, so I don't know if you want me to read this. It is displayed and we were doing all the edits live, or you want to add things that are in there, or?
So, council,
Is, or-
as we have gone through all of this, is there any further ads? Yes, Councilor Henry.
No further ads. I would just say I think this is a good compromise document. I do agree that in being here and also my observations as a person that's lived here during this entire ordeal that we are the closest we've gotten. I know I provided in my notes a rather robust resolution, and that's just my style. But I think there are opportunities to revisit some ideas here. We're going to be in a period of a few years regardless, once shovels are in the ground, where we have an interregnum here of trying to get folks moved and taken care of. We do have, and I think after tonight, I mean, we learned that our resources are going to get thinner over the next few years. But there is also an opportunity to really lean into some of the values that I know others at this body had tried to get into the original design of prevention programs and other programs to, if we're going to build the facility, to try to keep it empty, right? And so while I don't think they fit in this resolution, I do think that we should really think about ways that we can use the edit and resources we have to put it to the test, that if our partners in the community are saying a moonshot funding of prevention programs may help to reduce incarceration, we should try for that. Especially in light that we've had legislation now moving through the General Assembly this evening while we're sitting here that criminalizes homelessness. It's going to the governor's desk. That we're going to be, 5 years from now, looking at a facility that may be housing people very differently. So I'll just end it there to say this is a good start, but I will maybe hold some of my language back for future, I hate to say it, Councilor Deckard, resolutions, because that's the way governments communicate, that may express the will of council to fund some of these programs that really our partners are saying we need in the community. Thank you for that.
Appreciate that. Yes, Councilor Vital.
So I'm wondering about Mr. Falk, and will he be receiving a copy of this, or is that the intent, or what do we think about that?
If the council wishes for me to distribute it to Mr. Falk, I'm glad to email it to him tomorrow.
Would you take out the red line part first?
Yes, the red line was for tracking purposes of the meeting, so I'll take out the...
Well, he could get an update of this is what we've, is that necessary? Well, I like...
Here's the thing, we could deliver it to Mr. Falk via email, but I have a sneaking suspicion he's probably watching these meetings and is going to be aware of what you did, even if you don't send it to him.
Yeah, I think that's kind of what I was thinking. Yes, Councilor Deckard.
I would say that, were you done? Did I cut you?
I can wait.
Or, no, I don't want to cut in front of it.
I was just going to say, I just think in an attempt to be really communicative about this with him, I think it would be a good professional thing to do. That's all I was going to finish with.
Okay, understood.
I would jump on that with Councilor Feidel and say that would show the county being upfront with where you're at and proactive. And I think it could be communicated with the spirit of that. I think council, there's a respect between Mr. Falk and council based on what I picked up. And much like when Lisa Ridge goes up to NDOT, you send your best person to do that, but I think that can be communicated. The other thing I'll say is this. I had a lot of comments earlier about resolutions. Resolutions are only as good as what happens next. For Mr. Falk, he's watched a process already by which we got to the edge of something. He now wants to see the movie that looks like that with this script and all the other parties there. So I want us to be mindful of that, because it doesn't just end with this. This is a process that goes on, and we have to listen to how others within our own county, and both the public and the other officials, begin to react to this. And I know we've all heard little things here and there already, but like this is now a doing thing.
Yeah, and I guess I could get on board with us delivering something, because again, this is showing progress in what it is that we are doing, that we're not sitting here dwindling until, April 15th. Lots of good things happen in April, which is my birthday. But, that being said, like, we are delivering, like, and it is the county council who is really, like, we are really sitting here almost 5 hours in now, and really trying to make an effort to say, this is what we are trying to do here. So yeah, yes.
Can I do a point of information? Just to know, we're at 6 out of 7 of us. The roll call on this, if we adopt this tonight, which I assume that's where we're heading, that roll call is going to show 6 and 1 not here, unless she's online. I don't know, Councilor Hawk. My recommendation is that we not only adopt this time, but it come back to the top for adoption so that a new copy of this could go with all 7 counselors. Because I wouldn't want to send any signal that this is not where this council's at. And if it's not where the council's at, I think that's something that has to be articulated out in the public, because again, we're all rowing on this together.
Agree. And no, she is not online. Oh, she was, but she's not. Anybody else have any final questions, comments, or concerns? Okay. Need a motion. Right.
He made a motion with, it was a discussion and possible approval.
Right, so we should need a motion to adopt and approve.
First, I think you need to a motion to adopt all the changes that we made, because we made all those amendments, and ultimately we said we would adopt them all in one motion. So I think you should do a motion to amend the document as reflected by the conversation and on screen. And then if you're going to move to adoption, you would take public comment.
Right, that's kind of where I was getting at. Of course, obviously, I think we got folks here that might have public comment, and then we definitely have some online. So, yeah, so.
Council, I move to adopt all the changes that we made to this document as displayed on the screen.
Second.
All right, we got a motion and a second to adopt the changes on screen. Any additional further questions or comments? All right. We can do this by voice vote.
To make the amendments, yes.
Okay. All right. So all those in favor of approving the resolution as amended signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Okay. Motion carries. Councilor Iverson.
Council, I move to adopt the updated resolution 2026-02. Is that 0? Yeah.
All right. We got a motion and a second, and that second it was by Councilor Deckert. All right. Any last final comments or questions from council on this? Seeing none, this is the time for the public to make your comment on our resolution as presented and amended. So this is your time to speak. So if you have time to speak, you can come forward to the lectern here in the Natty Hill room. You will sign in. Please state your name for the record. You will have up to 3 minutes and 3 minutes only. And so if you want to also raise your hand via Teams, you can do so as well. Yes.
And prior to Ms. Wilson providing public comment, do you want me to stop sharing so that?
Yeah. Yes. Thank you. But again, if you are on Teams and you want to make public comment, go ahead and raise your hand, and we'll alternate back and forth between our room here and via Teams. So welcome. Hi.
Good evening. My name is April Wilson. I live in Bloomington, and I'm a Monroe County resident. Although I work for the Monroe County Prosecutor's Office, I wish to be clear that all statements made herein are my own and made in my personal capacity. I really appreciate the discussion tonight around this resolution. However, it remains honestly unclear how the resolution will help solve the problem. Respectfully, the problem isn't North Park, and the problem isn't funding. Funding goes to the scope of the project. Respectfully, it's also not the fact that there is a lawsuit. The lawsuit is a symptom. The problem is that there is about 230 souls in a building down the street from us, and they will continue to be in that building when all of us go home tonight. And there has been a report in front of this council, in front of this government, that has shared that it's not providing constitutional standards of care. Now, the question of cost came up several different times tonight in a lot of different capacities, and I want to come back to that. Whether the council takes action or fails to take action, there will be a cost. The question is what that cost, how much it's going to be, and at whose expense. Failure to build a jail has been a cost borne by some of the most vulnerable in our community. On December 29th, 2025, Ken Falk said, "I cannot in good conscience agree to extend the PSA for another year at this point, as doing so would make me complicit in allowing conditions to continue that are obviously dangerous and unacceptable." Respectfully, this problem is not going to be solved with resolutions. At the end of the day, it's going to be solved by a county council and commissioners that are going to sit down and jointly work together to start making tough decisions. Resolutions don't have to be the only way that governments communicate. It's not just identifying benchmarks, it's about meeting them. I remain hopeful, as you know, I remain hopeful that the council will take concrete and meaningful steps to start addressing these dangerous and unacceptable conditions that are affecting members of our community. And I respectfully request that you please move forward and please build a constitutional jail. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Are there any takers here in the Night U Hill room? How about online via Teams? Please raise your hand. Okay. All right, and so seeing no more takers here in the Night U Hill room or via Teams, may we please have a roll call vote?
Counselor Fine.
Yes.
Counselor Wiltz.
Yes.
Counselor Henry.
Yes.
Counselor Deckard.
Yes.
Counselor Cross. Counselor Iverson.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimous.
Yes, Ms. Turner King.
With the passage of this motion, I just want to ask for the guidance. Do you want me to send this to Mr. Falk tomorrow via email, or do you want to wait to re-adopt it at the next council meeting so full council will be included on the signature page? Well, not full council, so that the signature page will reflect Councilmember Hawk's vote.
Could we say to him that this is like, because she left early, could we just go ahead and send it, and then once we circle back, here's a completion of what we've done with all 7 signatures, should she sign onto it?
I'll send him an email clarifying that 6 members were present and that this will be reconsidered by the full council at the next meeting.
Got it. Okay, thank you. And also as a clarification, because I think I've heard a lot of times that sometimes what we do here on Tuesday night does not get met, or a clear message gets sent to the commissioners. Is there anything that we need to do to send to them to let them know this is what we've done? I know we've had some online, but just because they are doing it online, I would like to formally do it, because I watch meetings online too, but that's more of an informal thing. I think the idea is, I've heard them say in meetings they didn't know certain things, and so this is no excuse now to say that they don't know. Now you know by way of delivery.
If the council's wishes, I can make sure, I can email the commissioners a copy of the resolution too.
Okay.
As an alternative, there is a commissioners meeting on Thursday where it can be provided to commissioners. It just depends on what the wishes of the council is.
Yeah. And I personally am not going to go to any at 10 a.m. when all of us really have lots of things to do at 10 a.m. I think this is a cleaner way of just send in an email, and therefore there is a copy that is being sent to them, and they have it. And it is acknowledged by way of us saying it here while they are watching, or like live, or will watch later, and by way of email too. Okay. All right. Thank you yes, Councilor
I'm just
Biden.
wondering if I could request that the full council receive a copy of what we just adopted as a resolution as well.
Yeah, of course.
Framed.
Okay. All right. Well, thank y'all for that. Okay, so last but not least, we are on council comment and liaison updates as well. So because it has been a very long night, of which, again, this is something that we knew was going to happen, and I appreciate that. So that being said, I'm going to start down here to my left and just keep on going.
I'm ready.
Okay,
I'm color-coded and ready to go.
Let's go.
So I keep getting conflicting remarks about House Bill 1359, which is the early voting issue, 28 to 16, that's part of it. And as others have said before, it's still going to be put under something else even if that one fails. So until all the votes are in, so to speak, we won't know about that for a while, but I'm very concerned about that. I've been working with numerous constituents regarding their snowplow service and the lack thereof. I'm still very concerned about the 60 neighborhood situations, which doesn't include their roads being plowed and road service being done where they live in our area. I think that one of the main things I think about now is the fact that everyone probably pays gas tax, and as I understand, that is the funding where these services come from. They're not getting their gas tax benefit, so to speak. And so I'm very concerned about that. So for the long haul, I'd like to think about that at some point, working on that. Been going to the Kirkwood Avenue meeting group, and remain open if you don't know that already. Happy to work on the Sophia Travis Grant Committee and adopted tonight Katie Hopkins, who's going to serve in that role for us there. I did attend the Perry Township trustee Dan Combs' celebration of life on the 15th of February, and that was a lovely, lovely event. I'm happy to be there. I've known Dan for a long time. Miss him a lot. We had the joint session of the county council and commissioners on the 16th. Monday the 16th, that was the third one we had. I felt like that one was a really positive, probably the best session in my experience of that whole series of events. Attended the BEDC annual meeting, got to meet the bison and touch the trophy. So that was kind of cool. Then I've been doing all these Ellettsville Richland Township meetings, and now they're having a series of 3 fire protection joint hearings. I went to one on the 18th, and the next 2 will be on the 25th and March 11th, but they're the same as the 18th. So if you heard at that time, you don't need to go to the other 2. The next meeting of the township joint hearing, or the joint reorganization, is every other Wednesday, and that'll be March 4th. They do have their subcommittees and their committees and all those things now, and the contact information on their website now. So I'm very happy about that. And that website is ellettsvillerichlandinfo.org. So there'll be, the committee reports are due back to the reorganization committee by the 27th of February. The recommendations then will be done and voted on the March 4th by the committee. The council itself and the township will vote in June. Each one of those entities, as I understand it, has to have 50% plus 1 to make it happen. Then I did want to mention that as part of the Downtown Bloomington Inc. group board that I serve on, there is hard hat videos of the convention center project, and it's at monroecib.com, and those are just kind of fun to look at. So That's what I've been doing and thinking about.
Counselor Wiltz, what say you?
I saw the latest installment of those hard hat videos just yesterday. I hadn't realized they were a thing, and it somehow popped up. It was quite fun. Yeah, definitely. See John Weikart having fun out there on the construction site. It's pretty fun. So I've been spending a lot of time thinking about our community and how we respond or don't respond after crises, specifically tornadoes or snowstorms. And I think we have a glaring opportunity. I'll call it a glaring opportunity to do better. And I'm not sure how to proceed, but it's clear to me that we don't have the structure or the protocols to take care of each other after a tragedy of any sort in our community. And I'm looking at you because I know you're just like, yep, see, I told you. But, you know, after last week's tornado, I went back and I looked at the report that Dan Combs had put together. And he's sitting, and it's just plain as day. We aren't ready. I think one thing that we did really well was that we pre-appropriated emergency funding so that it's ready to go. And so to me, I feel like, okay, we've made a step, but there's more to do, and it has to do with not just accounting for damages, but accounting for people in the aftermath. And so I'd like to challenge us to think on that. And like I said, the tornadoes was sort of the impetus, but I'm thinking about this in terms of how we respond to our neighbors who get snowed in and can't leave their neighborhoods. We have to think about things a little bit more in terms of people and a little bit less in terms of, you know, highway miles and you know, fence lines that might need repair. So that's where my head is right now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I know it's late. I'll try to be really quick, but there's a lot going on, and I want to talk about it just for a second. Number one, it was a pleasure to join Counselor Feidel in the Sophia Travis grants interviews for our community member that we celebrated tonight. That's always a positive thing of this service that we have, and I appreciate it very much. A lighthearted note in a lighthearted week. Or in a not lighthearted week. The reality of last week is, as Councilor Crossley said earlier, either in this meeting or today or at some point, we went last week during the weather, we went from decent weather to a tornado in February to then back to snow. I was talking to my students who were very kind of upset about the weather changes, and I said, I'd like to tell you that this doesn't happen all the time, but it seems like some bad weather event of one kind or the other is all over the place, whether it's May, June, et cetera, and Carp Combs and Councilor Henry have talked about these things at length over time. I also have to say, I was in Whitehall, which is, you know, the farthest reaches of what we have, the at-larges and Councilor Hawk. I was in Whitehall, and the fog was so absolutely thick and absolutely creepy right after that event. And the hail so thick on a car that it looked like a car had literally gone through, at that gas station, had gone through a snow pile. And I was like, good Lord, this is what just hit our airport and beyond. And so one thing is, when I was talking with neighbors, somebody said something, you know, I always like to be available to kind of figure out what's going on and to assist where I can. but knowing that it's just me standing there with my loafers on, and that's probably not much other than that I care, and I'll try to give someone a bottle of water. The first thing someone said to me, particularly just east of the airport, was when I said, people were walking around with pin lights. I said, has someone been through here yet? And they said, immediately after that event happened, they were at our doors saying, everybody okay in here? What's going on? I think our emergency responders in that initial, they do a tremendous job in getting right to it. Whether that's the fire folks, our law enforcement, all the folks that come out. But one thing that, going to what Councilor Wiltz just said, that concerns me is we always have this gap between the long term and immediately afterwards. And I think that's where families hit that struggle. And they abundantly struggle with, how am I going to get to point A, point B? I'm going to point out something here. Trustee Rita Barrow, Van Buren Township, who has notoriously worked these since I can recall in 2008. I remember she had an awful tornado that went down Weimer Road. But she posted earlier today that there's a cleanup opportunities in Fieldstone and Stone Chase where they need volunteers for Van Buren cleanup, 9:30 a.m. 2/28, so this Friday or this Saturday, and to meet at the community center, which is located at 352 South Fieldstone Boulevard. I see this being shared like a million times out there, which is awesome and good. But that gap between that immediate moment, how's everybody doing, and beyond, that uncertainty for those families, even me just kind of observing this and my family was fine, that's the thing I think that we've got to get in there and know, and also know who has truly been displaced here. I feel like the gap between that looks really bad, but I'm hearing that no one's displaced. I'd like to see that be something that we make more professional. I said years ago that emergency management issues will continue to professionalize and expand and respond to the moment. Councilor Henry could write the book on that, but I think we're kind of at that point. We're at that point where that's what we do and what's expected is just going to be larger, not to make it harder on anyone, but to make it easier on those families. So I want to thank everyone that helped with all that. I'll note that the helping is still going on, and then there's a longer term process that kicks in, doesn't kick in, et cetera.
Iverson? Okay. And Councilor Henry.
Sure. Love this chorus. Welcome to the choir, everybody, on this stuff. It's never too late. I'm going to talk about some other stuff before I get to that. Some of my liaisons were here tonight, so I'm speaking in terms of Carlos, who, with aviation, he told us the story out there with Clerk Brown. We talked a little bit about the concerns I have with early voting and voter reg in the current Showers building, and I think we've covered that, and that's been surfaced. I want to talk about Plan Commission a little bit because, Councilor Wiltz, you brought it up, and really, this is going to take an education, not just for the first responders that do a great job in our community, the volunteer networks that are trying to help people. But I'll be honest. We were in Plan Commission talking about the snow removal piece a few weeks ago, and there are members of the Plan Commission that don't get it. They're caught up in the idea that a developer that has not completed the myriad checklist of things in the county development ordinance can't move a road into inventory. This is after, of course, the county takes the bond. We'll take the money, but we won't take the roads. And there's a lot of finger pointing. And it's almost, it's a point of frustration. Because inside those neighborhoods are humans, and those humans are trying to get to things. And so there's a learning curve among people that are very specialized in their bucket, but maybe can't see the forest for the trees on what we're really trying to do as a community here. I think that education is going to have to continue, but those comments are made in the public and can be played on Cats TV all night long if you want to watch them. But there's some work to be done, I think, in some of our partner commissions to understand truly what it means to either be part of the county or not when we get into this discussion there. I will say, ironically, the EMAC was canceled last week due to a lack of quorum, which there's some irony with that. And in the sense that, I think to get to the point about, are we proactively thinking about hazards in the community? If our appointees don't show up to the meeting to have the conversation to plan for things, we have a challenge there. Now, I'm not going to call out who and where, but the core partners that usually go to that meeting, like our public health department, our emergency manager, our partners at IU, like they were there, but it's that body has a very large membership, and if we can't meet, then we can't prepare. If we can't prepare, then we shouldn't be surprised when we have challenges. So mindset shift that has to happen for us to get to what some folks have talked about tonight, which is in the off season, you have to fund and prepare for these things. And tonight, as the folks in Washington are discussing the State of the Union, when they start cutting FEMA funding, that is half our budget for our staff in emergency management in this county. So we may need to be in a place where we're using resources here to fund things like exercises that educate everybody on their roles and responsibilities. I'm glad folks are joining in the choir here with this. I want to say only two things about the tornado. I appreciate Councilor Deckard making comments about volunteers this weekend in Van Buren. That was one I was going to mention, but also in my observations going out to take a look at things in that neighborhood, I think the public's aware that the Monroe County Humane Association had a particularly nasty hit from the tornado, and there have been an incredible amount of outpouring and outreach to donate to them to rebuild that facility. That's one of the good news stories, but being in the moments on scene there, seeing the damage was shocking, and I know those images have been out over media. If you want to nerd out on what happened, I met with the surveyor this week, and our GIS coordinator for the county, Dr. Baton, has created a dashboard in Esri that outlines all the paths of all the tornadoes going back 20 years. And this is the data that should get our attention. We have had 5 touchdowns in Monroe County since 2019 and 2 in the last 11 months. And that should be the wake-up call that this is our new normal, that we are in Tornado Alley, and it is moving east as climate change affects our continent, and it shouldn't be surprising. It's not an if, it's a when. And so I guess that's the message tonight. I will leave one note to say one opportunity I think we should pursue, maybe talking about opportunities, Councilor Wiltz, is, I've learned a lot tonight in the past few weeks about people coming to us to ask for funding for things in their office, phone operators, people picking up the phone. We've heard multiple times about staff saying, well, we're basically a 411. People get the first county phone number they can find and start asking questions that have nothing to do with their office. We may need to really look into what a 411 number looks like for this county. Because it's not going to be EMA taking the phone calls. I mean, where can you call to get the basic information about government? And I know others have brought that up. Boy, I've heard it all week long. If it's people texting us as elected officials to find out where the dumpster is for their neighborhood, we may need to consolidate this with some creativity in the future, but that's way too much. Thanks, Jen. JC, back to you.
JC, thanks, GH. All right. So one thing that I will say is I want to give a special thanks to Ms. Turner King for compiling all of our thoughts and putting everything all together. I know that was not an easy task because all of that could be a lot, and I could assume that it was. And so I just want to say thank you for, doing that and, putting it together and working through with us on that. So I appreciate that. I also want to say I do appreciate every single last one of my council colleagues here, even Councilor Hawk, who isn't here. Hopefully she'll go back and watch it. But I do appreciate the conversations that we continue to have, and we are really trying to do our job and look out for the best interests for our county residents and, our staff and employees. I do have one last mention here, is that as a reminder that the Sophia Travis Grant Committee is doing a kickoff earlier this year, and so the 2026 Sophia Travis Grant Committee kickoff this year will be on Wednesday, March 11th, starting at 5 p.m. here in the Nat U Hill Room. And for those that are watching or will watch back later, you can go and like our Facebook page and share it. And I humbly ask our council colleagues here if you would so help us to get the word out about that, to share our page as well, and that post related to the Sophia Travis. And speaking of the Monroe County Humane Association, they are usually recipients of Sophia Travis, so I'm sure we'll see them again this year, considering all things. So major thank you to anybody and everybody that had anything to do with the work of the tornado. I was downtown working, and it was a little scary having the shelter in place. And then I saw another photo of just where I work at versus where the tornado actually hit, and it was a very sobering experience. So this is now twice where I have been in the path of a tornado, because on the south side back in May, literally had kids frantically calling, saying that they saw a tornado, on FaceTime. And so climate change is real, and that's something that we should not forget, because we had a tornado in February. Lastly, the only thing that I will say about, this resolution that we passed here, since it was mentioned in our comment here, in public comment, is that I think all of us are committed to doing what we need to do, and I think we acknowledge that 234 is the POPs count that I saw this morning at 6:45 when it came in. So I do think that we are very much invested in trying to do what we are needing to do for those that are housed in that building every day as we go home and are fortunate enough. So I don't want that to think that, and we sat here for a really long time trying to put together a resolution to speak on that very issue of trying to make sure that we acknowledge that, we are committed to having a humane and constitutional facility. All of that costs, though, and so the fiscal body is responsible for making those costs. And so I hope that it is incumbent of all of us that are in the criminal justice system in the city and county to work together to make that happen. But, just as we have human costs, there's a lot of different costs that are associated with that. But I don't want anybody to think that any of us sat here and don't have that in mind, because we do. We seriously do. And if people think that, I welcome any conversations via emails, coffee, and whatever we need to do. But I would love to have that conversation. So, happy 24th day of Black History Month. With that being said, I thank you all for your time and service this evening, and we are adjourned.